at a local restaurant, or buying that new outfit from a local boutique. Those choices help to put money back into your community. And Town Square Media South Jersey puts a spotlight on local businesses.
First Bank of Sea Isle City, Cape May County's community bank.
Dr. Lyle M. Back for everything from skincare to cosmetic surgery. Go to ilovelylback.com.
Egg Harbor Independent Branch Leader at Charles Schwab in the Consumer Square Shopping Plaza.
Filling Marble and Tile Outlet, Philadelphia Avenue and Route 30 in Egg Harbor City. FillingMarble.com.
Intuitive Women's Health in Summers Point, accepting new patients. Schedule an appointment today at intuitivewomenshealth.net.
East Coast Roofing, Siding, and Windows services all of South Jersey. If you call, they'll show up. Call East Coast today at 609-646-1444. Online at eastcoastroofing.com.
Thank you for supporting your local businesses. From Town Square Media, South Jersey.
South Jersey's play-by-play home for the Eagles,
touchdown,
Sixers,
it's good,
and Flyers.
Oh, big save by Carter Hart.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station.
Thursday edition of the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here live in the Matt Black Kia Studios on 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app. You can reach out to the show, listen to the show, get all the content from 97.3 ESPN.com free on the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Thanks to First Bank of Sea Isle City. Another busy show coming up today. By the way, the Phillies are playing right now. It's a nothing game. So far, Aaron Nola doing his job. The Phillies had the bases loaded and nothing happened. So, Phillies take a day off, they get up their offense. Sounds familiar to me. I feel like every time this team is an off day, and I understand yesterday was off day because of a postponement, because of the weather. It seems like every time this team is an off day, they forget how to hit for a day or two. Ridiculous. So I'll keep you updated on the Phillies throughout the day. Also, we'll get you the latest on the Eagles and the NFL throughout the day, as yesterday they announced the practice squads. And as we mentioned yesterday on the show, everyone who was in training camp, they just decided to bring back on in, bring on down, you're the next contestant on this edition of The Price is Right, basically. Absolutely wild. I was not expecting that at all. And, of course, we'll get into, like I said, Eagles, NFL, and the latest on this Ben Simmons stuff. The Athletic did publish an article today. And I'll read you some of the quotes a little bit later in the show, because some of what the Athletic said is very interesting in terms of the Warriors' relation to this situation. So we got Eagles, we got Sixers, we got Phillies, and we'll talk some college football, because tonight we got action. Ohio State and Minnesota tonight at 8 p.m. here on 97.3 ESPN FM. We got action tonight. We literally have a college football game every day on 97.3 ESPN FM through the weekend. So we got Ohio State, Minnesota tonight, North Carolina versus Virginia Tech tomorrow. Then we have a triple header on Saturday, Penn State versus Wisconsin at noon, Alabama versus Miami at 3:30, Clemson versus Georgia at 7:30. So we got a lot to get to today. Coming up, I'm really excited to have him back on 97.3 ESPN. Doug Kazarian from ESPN, their host of Daily Wager, sports betting expert, great guy, joins us coming up at 2:20 p.m. to get more into the college football weekend, get his perspective on all that. Andy McNamara, friend of the show from Sportsnet, NFL analyst, fantasy football. Whether you've had your draft yet, you're going to have your draft. Andy's the guy you want to listen to. I have him on through the full football season on game night. He'll join us today at 3 p.m. Adam Kaplan, NFL insider, football at 4. Zach Ertz spoke to the media, said he wants to retire an Eagle. Will he retire an Eagle? We'll also ask Adam coming up at 4 p.m. about his perspective on the Eagles practice squad and the latest with the Birds. I mentioned the Ben Simmons Sixers latest. It's been a dumpster fire of news all week. Brian Toporek, he'll join us coming up at 4:40 p.m. He is the co-host of the NBA podcast, also friend of Game Night with Josh Hennig on 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, he is Forbes Sports NBA contributor. And, of course, every Tuesday and Thursday, Rob Motti from the Associated Press will join us at 5:25. So we got 4 hours of great stuff for you today on 97.3 ESPN. As I mentioned, well, the Phillies are now losing. What did I tell you? They take one day off, and they forget how to play offense. And Nola, who's been this just enigma wrapped in the riddle of a paradox, is out there trying to pitch right now, and he already gave up a run. It's the third inning, bro. Like, you got 48 pitches. You got to finish this inning. And, of course, they foul it off. I'm done with that right now. So I'll keep you updated on the Phillies throughout the day. Josh Hennig here on 97.3 ESPN FM. Don't forget, you can message the show wherever you're consuming the show, in your car, on your phone with the 97.3 ESPN mobile app, on your computer, wherever you're consuming the show. We're glad to have you guys on board the show today. Of course, you can message the show wherever you're listening to us, wherever you're consuming us, because the 97.3 ESPN mobile app is there for you. Thanks to First Bank of Seattle City. As always, you can direct message the show through the app. I just kind of want to run it back on some of the news topics here for you guys as we set the table here, because, as we get ready for the college football weekend, part of getting ready for the college football weekend is also getting ready now for the NFL. And with the NFL, we are literally a week away from the start of the season. Next Thursday night. Yes, next Thursday night. We have Cowboys versus Tampa Bay Bucks going at it to start the NFL season. And as we get ready for the start of the NFL season, I was thinking about this morning on my drive in about how, the college football season is more than just like a minor league system for the NFL. It's really become the staging level more so than ever before for many of these prospects, because, we had the conversation yesterday about the rookie or young quarterbacks around the NFL. The AFC East is going super young this year. Mac Jones, a rookie, starting for the Patriots. Tua Tagovailoa in his second year for the Dolphins. Josh Allen, just a few years into his career, starting in Buffalo, and Buffalo is easily the favorite in the division. And then you have the Jets with Zach Wilson, who's a rookie. Look at the NFC East. Dak Prescott, he's one of the veterans of the division. He's still in his mid-20s, basically. Ryan Fitzpatrick, he's older, but he ain't going to be on this division very long. He plays 1 or 2 years, and he's gone. Jalen Hurts in his second year. Daniel Jones going out there for the Giants, hoping to improve on his stock. So literally there's only one real veteran in this division. Even Dak Prescott, like I said, Dak's got to be, 26 years old at this point? I'll double check, but, he's not old, man. He's not an old guy. Actually, I'm corrected. He's 27, turning 28. So he's a little older than I thought. But then again, he did come out of college a little older. Is that what the reason was? Let me double check that. Yeah, he was 23 when he started in the NFL. So he was a little older than a lot of guys are when they come to the NFL. But even Dak has only been in the league 5 years. It's not like he's been around 8-10 years. To me, he's still a young guy. He's still in his 20s. You look around the NFL, Jameis Winston is now starting in New Orleans. No Drew Brees anymore. Carson Wentz is in Indianapolis. Phillip Rivers, he's out there coaching a high school football team. And Andrew Luck is enjoying life of not getting beaten up by the NFL at this point. Ryan Tannehill's down in Tennessee. Look over at Jacksonville. It's Trevor Lawrence. He's a rookie. I can keep going. The entire league is becoming more and more filled with young, up-and-coming quarterbacks. And I think that we are seeing a transition in this league. We're seeing a transition in Philadelphia from the Doug Peterson era to the Nick Sirianni era, but we're also seeing a transition in offensive personnel, because here are the veteran quarterbacks in the league right now. Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson, Matthew Stafford. That's your veteran quarterbacks at this point. Almost everyone else in this league has been drafted in the last several years. Think about it. Ryan Fitzpatrick, he's one of the few old guys left. Ben Roethlisberger, he's the only guy left from his draft class. Look around the league. The majority of the starting quarterbacks, the majority of the starting wide receivers, the majority of the starting running backs, they're all young. We're literally seeing a shift in the entire league when it comes to youth around the league. And the Eagles are part of that youth movement. And after Nick Sirianni and Howie Roseman confirmed that Jalen Hurts is the starter, this is another young quarterback in Philadelphia. And I don't theoretically believe, per se, that being young is always the answer. But for a lot of these teams like the Eagles, you had to turn the page. You had to take the next step. You had to move forward when it came to this organization. And so for me, I look at this as exciting. I'm excited to see where all this goes. I've promised you guys before, I can't guarantee you that this team is going to win X number of games. I can't give you that. But what I can give you is the promise that there is hope, that there is expectations moving forward. There is something to get excited about. And for me, I am excited to see where all this goes. Because Jalen Hurts has leadership, he has talent, he has ability. And look at the receivers, Devonta Smith, Jalen Reagor. And now Ertz, he wants to be here. He's happy to be here. Now, I don't know if that means he's going to be here long term. But we know that he's here. And looking at the Eagles, they're finally starting to formulate this roster for the season. And you know what? I'm intrigued. I've told you guys before. To me, this is not a team that only wins 4 games again. I think it was a complete ridiculousness, right? It was a complete mess that this team won 4 games last year. In many ways, they only won 4 games last year because of all the injuries and Carson Wentz couldn't get out of his own way. If it wasn't for those 2 things, this team should have won more games. Josh Hennig here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. I mentioned the Eagles news. Here's the latest update. So the Eagles have placed Jack Driscoll, Tyree Jackson, and Josiah Scott on the reserve injured list. As a result of those moves, the Eagles have signed Hassan Ridgeway to the active roster, and they've agreed to terms with 3 other players. Tight end Nick Eubanks, wide receiver Keyshawn Johnson, not the Keyshawn Johnson on ESPN radio, it's completely different spelling, and Marvin Wilson to join the practice squad. So they're doing the roster shuffle again, right? They're doing that whole thing where they shuffle guys on and off the roster, on and off the injured list. I'm curious to see exactly what they're going to do because remember, the final roster doesn't have to be set until next Friday. So in putting some of these guys on the injured list, it may be in part a precautionary measure. Really, the guy that stands out to me going on the injured list, actually 2 names. The name that surprises me is Jack Driscoll because he's arguably your best backup offensive lineman. Him going on the injured list is definitely a concern. Now, all of them will be eligible to return after week 3. So this is literally a 3-week put you to the side. We know Tyree Jackson is going to be injured probably longer than 3 weeks. He's more of like a 6 to 10 week recovery at this point. So He's going to be gone beyond 3 weeks. Josiah Scott going on there. He was a guy we thought was on the bubble coming into the season. So now they're going to call up somebody from the practice squad, and that's where a guy like Craig James on the practice squad comes in. So you're going to be without Josiah Scott, Tyree Jackson, and Jack Driscoll for the first 3 weeks. To me, it's very significant that it's Driscoll going on the reserve injured list and not Dickerson. Does that mean Dickerson is now going to be one of your primary backups going on game day? It's a very big possibility. Josiah Scott, again, him going on the list, that means probably Craig James gets caught up on game day from the practice squad to the roster. But also know who is not landing on the injured list is Devion Taylor. Devion Taylor missed almost the entire month of August with injuries. So who knows exactly where he is in his development? Now, depending on what report you look at, some reports say he was making big steps moving forward. Some people say he struggled in his limited opportunities. Again, it's all subjective because the media doesn't see everything in practice. They're not able to get every little bit of detail from every little thing. And of course, the coaches see things a little differently than we do. So definitely something to keep an eye on as the Eagles formulate their roster, developing it all, getting it all situated. We'll keep you updated throughout the show here on 97.3 ESPN. Sports Bash being brought to you by JCPenney. It's Labor Day home sale, and the deals are coming in hot. Get instant savings on furnitures, mattresses, and more. Shop doorbusters all day, Friday to Monday, while they last at JCPenney. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. I'll be giving you the details on what the Athletic article said about Ben Simmons, another wrinkle to the story. We'll get to that a little bit later in the show. Plus, we will dive deeper into the NFL and some fantasy football talk coming up with Andy McNamara from Sportsnet at 3 p.m. But coming up on the other side, Doug Kazarian, host of the Daily Wager on ESPN2, ESPN sports betting expert. We'll get deeper into college football week 1 with Doug right here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN FM. Don't forget the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. You can contact the show through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. You get all the alerts on the Eagles, Phillies, Sixers, Flyers news, as well as listen to the shows right there through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app, and it's free thanks to First Bank of Seattle City.
Saturday on Compass Media Network's coverage of NCAA football. It's a top 20 showdown in the Big Ten as the 12th-ranked Wisconsin Badgers host the number 19 Penn State Nittany Lions. Hi, it's Greg Daniels. Join Tiki Barber and me for all the action as these two Big Ten elites square off in an early season matchup. It's Wisconsin and Penn State. If it's college football, it's right here.
Coverage begins at noon on 97.3 ESPN. You can watch the Sports Bash live now on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Search 97.3 ESPN or visit our website, 973ESPN.com.
Josh Hennig here, filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea City. Joining us right now on the phone line to get more into, well, a lot of football. College football this weekend. NFL is just a week away. He is the host of the Daily Wager on ESPN2, also the Behind the Bets podcast. ESPN sports betting analyst Doug Kazarian joins us right now on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Doug, how you doing this afternoon?
Doing well. I'm psyched to be here. Psyched to be welcoming a full slate of college football. So let's get to it.
Absolutely. And, I was watching you on SportsCenter earlier, and I feel like one of the things that you guys touched on was the fact that when you have a slate of games that run from even last night through Monday, there's just so many choices to pick from. So, Doug, as someone who's trying to break games down, give the audience a little insight about, how do you handle a full slate like this when there's just such a plethora of options?
Well, I think that's the beauty. It can be a gift and a curse. The curse, I guess, to your point, is it feels overwhelming, right? There's a lot on the menu, but stick to what you know. And given that there's like an arms race right now amongst gaming operators to get client retention, right? They want you. That's why they have all these crazy promotions. Like John Rahm, has a lead in the third round of a golf tournament and gets COVID. And then all of a sudden, they're reimbursing tickets and things like that. They want bettors because they play in the long game. Well, by doing that, they want to appeal to bettors' interest. And by doing that, they're offering a lot of options. So use that to your advantage. If there are a lot of options offered, really isolate your handicap. If you think something's going to happen, try to find a bet that is, the largest representation of that bet. For example, I know a lot of sharp people on the over in the Bowling Green Tennessee game tonight, and they're just talking about Tennessee should open up a can and kind of Josh Heupel wants this offense to go up and down, not mess around, really take advantage of a bad Bowling Green defense. And then you hear the line like, well, Bowling Green can just get a touchdown or so. And I'm like, well, Tennessee's going to score a bunch. Just bet the Tennessee team total over and not worry about Bowling Green's offense. So if you can really isolate whatever you think is right, whether it be a passing yards of Tom Brady or whatever it may be, and you want to isolate what you think is the best sort of angle you have, there are ways to bet it because the expansive menus offered these days.
You mentioned the Tennessee game today. Another game that I'm focusing on tonight that I'm curious about because I've heard two different sides of this game, which is the UCF Boise State, Doug. On one hand, I'm hearing, hey, Boise State has to go to UCF, deal with the heat. But on the other flip side, it's, well, Gus Malzahn has a history of his teams not playing defense, and Boise State could go out there and score points. And I see that the line opened at +4 for Boise. Now at some books, it's up to +6.5.
Yeah, I have no opinion on this game. Like you said, it's kind of like a lot of moving parts. Both schools have new coaches. We don't know exactly what's going to happen. The Broncos a little not as strong away from the Smurf turf. For me, I lean under, but it's not a value. I know it's the primetime 7 p.m. Eastern game on ESPN, but it's just not something I want to get involved with quite yet. It is certainly tempting because it's a TV game and it's fun. It's the first game essentially. I know there's a couple other games that start early, but I'm going to pass on that game. But I would lean under if I had to play it.
One of the games you mentioned on SportsCenter was NC State. That involves South Jersey's own Devin Leary. Talk to us about NC State this year, because it seemed like when Leary played last year, NC State's offense had some juice, but when he was not out there, they really were lacking.
Yeah, no, he's come back from injury. I'm a big fan of his game. I'm a big fan of NC State in general. They're overshadowed a lot by Clemson for obvious reasons. And even in-state with North Carolina, a guy with like Mac Brown goes there and has such attention, but Dave Dorn's doing a great job. And I just think it's a mismatch. USF went 1-8 last year. Their only win was against Citadel. They got some transfers in. I just think it's going to take some time. It's not going to be able to happen overnight. So I'm on the NC State. You got to lay a big number. It's like 18.5, 19, but I think we get there. It might be a little bit of a sweat late, but I think we get there.
Doug Kazarian joining us here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN at Doug ESPN on Twitter. He is the host of the Daily Wager on ESPN2, as well as the Behind the Bets podcast, joining us to talk some college football this weekend. Doug, tomorrow night we'll be airing the game, North Carolina versus Virginia Tech here on 97.3 ESPN. And I know a lot of people love North Carolina, but I'm hearing some word out there that apparently some people are looking at the fact that it's in Blacksburg is maybe scaring some people away betting-wise.
Well, that's something we got to remember from last year. We had an abbreviated schedule and no fans in the stands for the most part. So when I talk abbreviated schedule throughout the course of the year, just remember it's a grind. Have 12 games. Now, the ACC did play a full schedule, but just in general, it's really tough week in and week out. If you're a school that has a bull on your back, like Notre Dame or North Carolina, you're going to get everyone's best shot. And I think Lane Stadium with Enter Sandman should be rocking. And I think that's why there's a little interest on Virginia Tech in that regard. I'm not involved in the game, but I certainly understand where people are coming from.
Yeah, I've heard people just saying they're just not interested in touching that game at all because of the fact that there's just so many unknowns. And another game I've seen people, this line has moved a lot. It opened at 6.5. It's now down to 3.5. Michigan State Northwestern on Friday night. I know Northwestern is not bringing back many guys. Meanwhile, Michigan State, they did make some steps forward last year.
Yeah, it's still a rebuild right now in East Lansing. And it's a game I'm not going to play because I don't want to watch it. But I do understand. The interest. I would have to play the under just because of Pat Fitzgerald and that defense. I prefer the Purple Cats as an underdog usually. They're much better in that role. Fitzgerald's just like the master in the underdog role. Sparty, they'll put up a fight, but usually they have a whimper. I think they're going to take some time. They got to find the right quarterback. But in general, I'll have to play the under because Fitzgerald and the Purple Cats have no problem grinding out a win with both teams scoring in the teens or low 20s.
Doug, I want to highlight what you just said. You just said you don't want to play the game because you don't want to watch it. But there are many times that there are games that we want to watch, but we don't want any action on. So, what is your advice to the audience to say, look, sometimes you don't want to play a game just because you're watching it, or vice versa. You don't want to watch a game, but you might want to play it.
Yeah, like Georgia Clemson. I'm going to watch the game. I'm not going to bet it yet. I mean, that's the beauty of in-game wagering, right? I made the joke in a recent column. It's like going into a crime scene as an investigator. If you go in with a hunch, you're going to look for clues that validate and confirmation bias. So don't force a bet before the game, even if it's a small one. I would just watch the game, blank slate, open mind, and you'll see something at one point. Maybe it's 6 minutes to go in the first quarter. It's 7-0, and they'll put up an over-under of 7.5 for the first quarter. You'll bet under. You just don't know what's going to come across your eyes. So just be chill. There's a million games, and you don't have to bet something just because it's on TV or anything like that. Just play the long game. Play the long game. A lot of time, a lot of games throughout the course of the weekend. It's only week one.
I'm glad you said that because I've been telling the audience for years, because I've been doing these picks every Friday for the last 3 years. And I keep telling people, don't be throwing money out. Don't be making bets or picks just because. Like, you got to find value. There's got to be a reason behind it. You can't just be like, hey, I'm watching this game. I automatically have to do something.
Right. And that's something you learn sometimes the hard way and sometimes the really hard way. Don't force things. We all have FOMO as a bettor. I get it. We do have FOMO as a bettor. But, still going to be opportunities where you can just play and take your time. Like you'll know when the opportunity's presented itself. Don't have to jump on something just because it's on TV. Just wait. And then if you worried about FOMO, then make a small bet. At least have a legitimate angle, but it's not all or nothing. Don't be so feast or famine.
Doug Kazarian joining us here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. ESPN sports betting analyst. Check him out on the Daily Wager on ESPN2 at 6 p.m. and the Behind the Bets podcast. Doug, what do you do in a situation like LSU? How do you evaluate that? Because they're not even practicing at home. They're on the road. I mean, people could argue, Ed Orgeron, he's going to rally the troops, right? He's going to get them to fight for, Louisiana. But on the other hand, it's like your entire schedule as an athlete has been off kilter, and UCLA played last week.
Well, there's always a human element in all these games, right? There just is. And that's a giant human element in this game. And everyone's going to have their opinion, and we'll see when the game is played. But I certainly see where people are coming from, like, oh, they'll be emotional, they'll be fired up, or they'll be drained from having to deal with so much stuff in their personal life. Or it could be somewhere in the middle. I certainly can't fault anyone for having an approach. I'm on the side of that it might be more draining than anything, because saying it's going to be emotional would suggest that they're not going to be up for the game if it weren't for the hurricane, right? You have to remove that. So that line of thinking is a little flawed. I just think there's an advantage with UCLA in this spot, but I also think, LSU might be ready for this game. I like the Bruins in the point. I have +4 already. I missed 4.5, but I certainly couldn't fault anyone, because the SEC has certainly delivered in these situations, and the Pac-12 has certainly laid some eggs in the past.
Doug, I am famous or infamous, depending on who you ask among our listeners, about betting Army and Navy almost every single week, all the time with picks. What is your perspective on the military academies? Because I think sometimes there's some incredible value to be had there.
Now, the old kind of rule of thumb and narrative is that, it's tough to prepare for that kind of unique offense on a week-to-week basis, right? So like a week 5 game, that's really tough. But the opener, you would think the defensive coordinator on the opposing team had prepared and budgeted and worked on it. I just don't think there's a way to simulate that attack, even if it's week 1 versus week later in the season. But they have limitations. They run that sort of the scheme and the gimmick, if you will, because they are limited and don't have the conventional spread offense capabilities. And it is what it is. But no, I'm not glued to betting Army and Navy every week like you are.
That's fine. I wanted somebody else's perspective, because it's one thing when somebody tweets at you and they have the shaking fist emoji at you. It's another thing if somebody's having a conversation with you about it. Doug, what's a team that's playing in the next few days this weekend that you're keeping an eye on for the full season? Maybe you don't want to throw anything down on them this weekend, but you're keeping a close eye on about what they do this weekend that could play out for the rest of the year.
That's a really good question. I think it's probably Notre Dame, because they were so good last year throughout the course of the regular season, and then they lost a lot. And it's a tricky game. They're going to the Doak, play Florida State, and it's like, like the emotional edge with Bobby Bowden, crowd, island game, prime time. It's a big ask for a game manager from Wisconsin to come in and lead such a brand program like Notre Dame. So I'm a big fan of Brian Kelly. This is a nice sort of challenge test for them, because obviously Florida State's been struggling the last couple of years. They can go in and take care of their business. That'll be a nice little win for them. I'm curious how it all plays out throughout the course of the season, because there's some opportunities to bet on them and against them. I'm going to keep an eye on Notre Dame this weekend.
You mentioned the quarterback, Jake Cohen. Who is another quarterback that intrigues you this college football season that's either like a transfer or a new starter?
Well, I think it's the new guys replacing Mac Jones and DJ at Clemson. I'll never pronounce his name properly. I mean, for me, to follow after Tua and then Mac Jones, and you get this total stud Bryce Young, 5-star out of Southern California, I just am so interested to see what happens with him and Bill O'Brien being the new offensive coordinator replacing Steve Sarkisian. Super interested there. And then another California product to follow in the footsteps of Trevor Lawrence is no easy task. So at the top, the elite programs, top 5 teams, I'm very curious to see how those new quarterbacks fare.
And Doug, one more for you. Who is a coach that you're interested in this year to see how they impact their team, whether it's a new coach or a returning guy who might be on a hot seat?
Michigan. I think this year, look, Harbaugh's a really good coach. Anyone who doesn't think that is kind of crazy, right? What he did with San Diego, then Stanford, then the 49ers, he's done a wonderful job. It just hasn't worked yet in Michigan. And sometimes the fit just isn't there. And it may not be there with the Wolverines, even though it's his alma mater. So I'm curious if he can finally figure out. He used to be the quarterback whisperer. So I don't know what's going on and why it hasn't worked. He should be able to figure it out in such a nice program like the Wolverines. So maybe this is the year they get over the hump, the high total. They should open with a win over Western Michigan. I don't know what's going to go on, but I think that's the guy I'm keeping an eye on, just because he's been so darn successful everywhere he's gone, but it just hasn't worked for whatever reason so far in Ann Arbor.
He is Doug Kazarian, host of the Daily Wager on ESPN2, also the host of the Behind the Bets podcast, ESPN sports betting analyst. Follow him on Twitter at Doug ESPN. And folks, when you watch the Daily Wager, when I tell you they arguably have the nicest set of anybody at ESPN, I mean, Doug, I'm jealous of those plush red chairs you got in that studio.
Oh yeah, we call them the comfy chairs. That's how we list them in our rundown, but they are anything but comfy. Nonetheless, we are we enjoy it. But yeah, no, we're super fortunate. We're super blessed. It's an awesome set, and getting to live in Vegas and do what you and I have just been doing for about 10 minutes or so and talk gambling. I mean, it's ridiculous, right?
It's ridiculous, but it's a beautiful thing at the same time, right?
Exactly. I'm very lucky, and I'm not complaining for sure.
Doug, appreciate you jumping on. Take care of yourself.
You too. Thanks for having me.
Josh Hennig here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Awesome stuff from Doug Kazarian of ESPN right there. And don't forget our sports betting conversation being brought to you, my friends, over at FanDuel Sportsbook. College football is back, and FanDuel Sportsbook is making Week 1 even more exciting because right now, all customers get a risk-free bet on any Week 1 game. Place a wager on any Week 1 college football game and get a refund in site credit if you don't win. Offers like this are just one of the many reasons I love betting college football on FanDuel Sportsbook. Also, if you're new to FanDuel Sportsbook, sign up with the promo code Hennig to also get a risk-free bet up to $1,000. That's promo code Hennig when you sign up for new users over at FanDuel Sportsbook. Must be 21 or to play and present in New Jersey. Refund issues non-withdrawable site credit that expires in 7 days. Refund max $10 unless otherwise indicated. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. We're going to hear from you guys next. All of you out there consuming the show, message into the show. We'll get in your conversation. Eagles starting to make some roster moves. College football this weekend. The latest on Ben Simmons and the Sixers. The dumpster fire keeps boiling over. And, of course, we got more to come with guests. Amy McNamara from Sportsnet at 3 p.m. Adam Kaplan, NFL Insider Football at 4. Brian Toporek, Forbes Sports NBA writer at 4:40. And Rob Motti, AP NFL writer-reporter at 5:25. Also to come here on the Sports Bash, Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN FM. Don't forget the message to show through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. It's free thanks to First Bank of Sea Isle City.
The Touchdown Radio Network season begins with a Thursday night Big Ten battle as the 4th-ranked Ohio State Buckeyes visit the Minnesota Golden Gophers. Head coach P.J. Fleck enters season number 5 with the Gophers as they look to rebound from a disappointing 3-4 record last year. Even with a new quarterback, the Ohio State Buckeyes are again eyeing a Big Ten championship and a college football playoff berth. The Ohio State Buckeyes and Minnesota Golden Gophers, 8 p.m. Eastern this Thursday.
On 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's football station.
First Bank of Sea Isle is Cape May County's lending expert, standing strong with you at First Bank of Sea Isle. Can simplify your banking needs. Your partner since 1888. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Josh Hennig back here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. We are live as always. Wherever you want to consume us, in your car, on your phone, on your computer, we got you covered all over the place here on 97.3 ESPN. Of course, don't forget we are in the Matt Black Kia studios. Matt Black Kia, they're able to get you approved today. Matt Black Kia on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township. Visit them online at mattblackkia.com. Got some messages coming in. We'll get to your thoughts and comments as it's another busy day in the sports world. The Ben Simmons Sixers saga continues, and it looks like the team he's not going to is the Warriors moving forward. Also, we'll get into the latest from the Eagles. Obviously, they made some roster moves today. Jack Driscoll, Tyree Jackson, Josiah Scott placed on the reserve injured list, which means they can return after the first 3 weeks of the season. So the Eagles, Landon Dickerson's not going to list. Does that mean he's active on game day and he is a backup interior lineman? You just drafted him. He just had surgery several months ago. Interesting to see what happens with him. Also, no Davion Taylor going on the injured list. Does that mean that he's 100% ready to go himself? Again, all things to keep an eye on. I'm very curious about all those guys because this injury situation, it's going to keep fluctuating. It's going to keep ebb and flowing because we know for a fact that this is a situation where the Philadelphia Eagles, their final roster for week 1 might not even be set till next Friday. Definitely something to keep an eye on. Couple messages I wanted to get to that have been coming in. Of course, there's always a multitude of ways to get a hold of the show. Don't forget the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Priority messaging through the app. Thanks to First Bank of Sea Isle City. Couple messages coming in. Anthony chimes in and says, everybody sleeping on the Eagles is a mistake this season. Anthony, I tend to agree with you. Look, I've said multiple times, the over-under in the Eagles was set at the books. It was either 6 or 6.5, depending on, which book, where you were looking at it. And to me, my argument has been consistently, and honestly, nobody has walked me off of this position. I haven't heard a single argument that has come to me that I have heard, or I have read, or I have seen that has changed my thought on this. And that's this. I genuinely believe, Anthony, that when it comes to the Eagles, they lost 3 games last year purely because of things that were in their control, that they did not control, okay? And what I mean by that was this. Carson Wentz lost you by himself a handful of games last year. Carson Wentz was arguably the worst quarterback in the NFL. He led the league in interceptions. He was one of the worst in turnovers overall. The Philadelphia Eagles last year were one of the 3 worst offenses in terms of protecting the ball last year. So there were 3 games to me that I looked at and said, if Carson Wentz plays differently, they could have won those games. And to me, it started with week 1. Don't forget, the Eagles had the lead going into halftime, 17-7. And what does Carson Wentz do? It was the beginning of a horrible season for Wentz because he threw 2 interceptions in that game. 2 interceptions that were completely unnecessary throws. So that's 1 loss. How about the Steelers game? The Steelers game, you were down 17-14 at halftime. You were right there within reach. You had a chance. You had him within reach. And what does Wentz do? Another game with 2 interceptions that were completely unnecessary. All right? So there's 2 losses right there on your resume last year. Third game, the Bengals game. Another game that you were in it. You were right there. Halftime, you lead 13-10. After the third quarter, the Bengals lead 17-16. You're right in that game. And what happens? One of the dumbest interceptions I've ever seen in my life. Another game where Carson Wentz threw 2 interceptions, one of them being he just stared at Zach Ertz from snap to throw, and the Bengals knew exactly where it was going. And instead, that game ends in a tie. Every interception in those 3 games Carson Wentz threw, it was all because he stared down receivers. Now, Jalen Hurts is not going to make the Houdini plays, per se, that Carson Wentz did. But what he isn't going to do is throw all these interceptions. He's not going to be a gunslinger. He's not going to be a risk taker. He's going to throw the ball away. He's going to not take sacks. So that might hurt his completion percentage, but I'd rather you throw the ball away and live by another down than throw interceptions. Interceptions are some of the most deflating, embarrassing things in football. You watch Hard Knocks this year with the Dallas Cowboys. When Ben DiNucci threw those 3 interceptions in that preseason game, look at how the guys were looking at him. The fans were losing their minds. The players looking at each other side-eyed like, this dude might be our backup quarterback. No, thank you. Right? So you can't be throwing interceptions this level at that high of a pace. And to me, if the Eagles had 3 more wins last year, that's 7 wins. Their over-under is 6.5. Give me the over. I think this is a 7 to 8 win team. That depending on how the season breaks, they could win somewhere between 7 and 9 games. So, Anthony, I'm with you. I think people are sleeping on the Eagles in part because they're so bent out of shape over what happened last year. Couple more messages coming in. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Tom from the Village chimes in on the Ben Simmons stuff. He says, at this point, I hope Ben gets traded the furthest from where he wants to go. This Tom from the Villas. Well, Tom, depending on who you ask, all right? And I preface it by saying that because we haven't heard from Ben or his camp admitting to or denying a single report over the last couple months. From the moment the season ended to now, I have heard nothing from Ben Simmons, his agent, his people, his associates, denying anything. So, with that being understood, I've heard reports he wants to play in California. Well, how many teams are in California? You got the Clippers, you got the Lakers, you got the Kings, you got the Warriors. There's 4 teams in California. So, under that premise, then trade him to Minnesota. Right, Tom? Like, Tom in the Villas, if Ben Simmons wants to play in California and there's 4 teams in Cali, and you could trade to Minnesota, that's pretty much the furthest from where he wants to go, right? But there's other reports out there that say that he just wants to be traded out of Philadelphia. He doesn't want to be in Philly anymore. He wants to be traded. He'll go anywhere. He just doesn't want to be in Philadelphia. So that leaves a lot of teams on the board. And if you go by this article in The Athletic, okay, you have a situation where, and I'm gonna make sure I get these quotes right. So, according to The Athletic report today, the Warriors were among the teams Daryl Morey called during his initial round of over-the-top inquiries that came before the NFL draft. And that after he and the Warriors talked, they declined any offers and they hung up. Neither side circled back, according to The Athletic. Morey might certainly at some point in September, the situation in Philadelphia is only getting more intense, according to The Athletic. Now, The Athletic goes on to say a little bit later in the piece, the phone still works. Morey could still call and ignite discussions, but the ball doesn't get rolling if it isn't an obvious bargain for the Warriors. So it seems like that the potential of Ben Simmons going to the Warriors continues to die, because the Warriors don't want to give up all the assets the Sixers want, which is why the whole you have to you have to look at who's willing to pitch in what, right? This is why I keep saying that at the end of the day, you might need to just step back and realize that you're not going to be able to make a 1-for-1 deal. I just don't see a scenario where a 1-for-1 deal is possible. Josh Hennig here, filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. A couple more messages coming in. Jeff Bone and Pookie chimes in and says, I'm glad the Eagles signed Ridgeway. I don't know how I feel about Driscoll being on the reserve injured list. Jeff, I don't know how I feel either. I am genuinely conflicted on it, because when I look at the Eagles right now, I got to admit, I'm not thrilled with the idea of Driscoll being out, because to me, Driscoll is one of the most important linemen on this team, because once you take him out of the mix, your backup offensive linemen are Andre Dillard, Brett Toth, and Nate Herbig. I don't feel that great about that group, because realistically, the two primary interior backups are both guys that have flaws. Toth has only had a handful of games in the guard position. Herbig, it's debatable. Is he a better guard or is he a better center? Okay. I think that there's a debate to be had there. And when I go back to the Eagles practice squad list they published yesterday, just so I don't, mess up who's who on this list. Listen, they don't exactly have the greatest available guys on the backup list either. What you're talking about is Coyote Owuska. Okay, he's a nice talent. LaRaven Clark. Maybe you call him up on game day. He's a little veteran experience at the backup. Suo Peta, he's seen some action. So without Driscoll, the depth on the offensive line drops, in my opinion. The depth drops significantly without Driscoll. But at least Ridgeway's back. I like Ridgeway as a backup D tackle. He's definitely a guy to keep an eye on. All right, we'll get more into NFL. Also, all of you who play fantasy football, a friend of mine, Andy McNamara, joins the show next. Sportsnet NFL analyst, fantasy football insider, joins us next on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig, filling for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN FM.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
College football is back, and FanDuel Sportsbook is making Week 1 even more exciting. Right now, all customers get a risk-free bet on any Week 1 game. That's right. Penn State versus Wisconsin, Clemson versus Georgia, Alabama versus Miami. Place a bet on any Week 1 college football game and get a refund in site credit if you don't win. Offers like this are just one of the many reasons I love betting college football on FanDuel Sportsbook. They're the number 1 rated sports app in America because FanDuel is easy to use, safe, and secure with fast payouts. New to FanDuel Sportsbook, sign up with the promo code Hennig to also get a risk-free bet up to $1,000. That's promo code Hennig for new users on FanDuel Sportsbook. Must be 21 or to play and present in New Jersey. Refund issues non-withdrawable site credit that expires in 7 days. Max refund $10 unless otherwise indicated. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is 97.3 ESPN, home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Hey, got him!
WENJ HD Millville, Atlantic City.
Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill on a Thursday edition of the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN FM, and of course, welcome to the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. You download it for free from the Apple App Store or from Google Play, thanks to First Bank of Sea Isle City. We'll get to more of your messages throughout the show coming up. But right now, we'll get back deeper into the NFL and fantasy football. Some of you already have your teams. Some of you, you're waiting on your draft, just like me. I'm not a big fan of drafting too early in the month. That gets dangerous. That gets dicey. Friend to the show, joining us right now, Sportsnet NFL and fantasy sports analyst Andy McNamara joins us to get more into all of these things right here on 97.3 ESPN FM. Andy, my friend, how you doing today?
Oh, Josh, doing good, buddy. Doing good. How about you?
I'm doing well. And you know what? It's a time of year. We're like in limbo right now because the NFL is a week away still. And teams like, for example, the Eagles just put 3 dudes on the injured reserve list. So it's like these rosters they're still ebb and flowing. There's still a little bit of interest going on. We have an idea of who these teams are, but we're still kind of formulating exactly what they are.
Exactly, right? This is, I think a good way to put it was On cutdown day, that was the initial 53-man roster, not the final 53, because players will come available that teams like, and then you swap guys out, or teams waited on certain players to put on injured reserve after cutdown day, because that means they could bring them back. If they were put on IR before that, they're guaranteed gone for the year. So a lot of jostling for position and just seeing who's out there, any possible trades, cuts, and all that, and who sort of shakes out. So yeah, there are some moving parts. I think the heavy lifting is done. Like the big Cam Newton news is probably the biggest one of them all. I don't see anything outside of an injury causing that much of a stir. So it's more of those like back end, the 50 to 53 guys on the roster.
I'm glad you started there, because one of the conversations we had yesterday on the show was, all the quarterbacks are favorites for Rookie of the Year. And someone messaged the show and said, hey man, none of those guys won the Heisman Trophy. Devonta Smith won the Heisman Trophy last year. So when you're looking at Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson, Justin Fields is a favorite to win the Rookie of the Year. He hasn't even starting week 1, right? Yeah. Trey Lance might even play week 1 because apparently he has a chip in his finger. He can't even grip the ball properly right now. He's a favorite. Devonta Smith is plus 2,000 odds to win Rookie of the Year, right? Najee Harris is plus 900 odds, right? So like when you're looking at these young players, for lack of a better term, what kind of handicap do you put on them? How do you evaluate them in terms of not just regular football, but fantasy football? Because we know that evaluation comes to young players. It's so dependent on their environment.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It depends. Just take, for example, Josh Allen with the Buffalo Bills. Josh Allen, with how raw he was entering the NFL, the rawest of any of those star quarterbacks coming out of that draft class. If he went, I feel, to just about any other situation in the NFL for a team that needed an immediate starter, he would have failed. He would have burned out. If he went to the Cardinals like Josh Rosen, I don't know. I think he'd be in the same type of situation. But he went to a stable environment that kept grooming him, bringing him along, and now he's a star. You're so right. It depends on environment, landing spot, and situation. So when we look at all these players for Rookie of the Year, there's obviously an advantage to being a quarterback, right? That's the sexy position. Justin Herbert showed last year you don't have to be an immediate day one starter to win Rookie of the Year. Took a Tyrod Taylor, Dr. Needle to the lung to get him in there. So weird stuff can happen. But if I'm looking overall, like it just seems, Josh, like it would take a lot for a non-quarterback to win the Rookie of the Year. So obviously look at Trevor Lawrence. He's the first overall pick. Hot guy. Like, am I trusting Zach Wilson can do it with the Jets? No. Justin Fields and Trey Lance, like you said, how far do they get in? Now, if they get in game 2, you got a whole season to rock and roll, just like Justin Herbert. But that's the unknown when you're putting down some dollars right now on preseason bets.
The Eagles, we know and we expect who the players are, right?
Yeah.
We've been told Jalen Hurts is the starting quarterback. Thank goodness that's out of the way. Devonta Smith, he looked amazing in a couple of preseason snaps, right? We know Jalen Reagor's explosive. Zach Ertz says he wants to be a Philadelphia Eagle for life. He's back with Goddard out there, right? But this is an offense no one's ever seen before. Nobody knows what the Nick Sirianni offense is. We have theories. Yep. We know what Indianapolis was. You know the Chargers were. Shane Steichen's there now from the Chargers as well. He had Justin Herbert last year. Also, Sirianni had not one, not two, but 3 different quarterbacks in Indianapolis. So what do you do with an Eagles offense that we've never seen before?
Well, when it comes to your fantasy football team, that's the big what if, right, Josh? You're based, and this is the tricky part year over year. You can't, if you have a change, you cannot go on past performance. You can't necessarily say, Dallas Goedert and Zach Ertz are going to be the 1-2 as receivers. Now, do I think they will? I do, but we don't definitely know until the season goes, right? How is Jalen Hurts going to look after the little bit of time he had last year? Nice offseason. We've talked many times on the show how we both believe in Jalen Hurts, and I think he is going to take a step forward, but how is he used? So on your fantasy football side, are they going to let him loose to literally run wild? Are they going to try to keep him in the pocket and slowly develop him? Are they going to open up portions of the playbook? If they open up more, when do they? And so all those question marks, I still think that you have to look at when it comes to talent. Miles Sanders is still the top fantasy option there when it comes to the running backs, obviously. But boy, Kenneth Gainwell, kind of like I feel, Josh, I know what Boston Scott is. I know Boston, he's going to come in once in a while. Kenneth Gainwell is the tricky one. For redraft leagues, that's the one, like partway through the year, I can see him siphoning some snaps.
Well, here's another with the running backs. So almost every Eagles insider who covers the team said that Jordan Howard is going to make the roster.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he didn't make the roster, but he's on the practice squad. And for the first couple of weeks, you can call guys up for the practice squad. You can do it 2 to 3 times, but then you have to put on the regular roster. So, like, is Jordan Howard going to be called up on game day last minute? And if you're somebody who went and gained Kenneth Gainwell late in your fantasy drafts, right? Or you're someone who got Miles Sanders in maybe the second round, and Jordan Howard shows up on game day as an active call-up for the practice squad, you're probably sweating it out, right?
First of all, no, don't do it. No. Like that, I feel Jordan Howard is the break glass in case of emergency type of running back. Listen, if you can have a guy with the history he's had, he's not going to lead the league in rushing, but that's a quality back. That's a decent back to have on your practice squad, right? That he's fine. I just can't see a world why, unless there's injury or some discipline act that we don't know about, why you would bring up a Jordan Howard and take snaps away from the rookie. Draft capital is a real thing, folks, right? If you draft a guy, there is capital attached to it. There is your name as a front office attached to that player. So why you would not try to get Kenneth Gainwell more work rather than bring up a Jordan Howard for a situation wouldn't make much sense in my eyes. But yeah, heck, he's there. Like if Miles Sanders goes down, it might not just be Gainwell's field. Then maybe you bring up a Jordan Howard and you mix and match.
Andy McNamara joining us here on Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. I'm going to say game night because I am also the host of, but I'm here filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN at AndyMC81 on Twitter. The other side of it is I've heard a lot of people giving people advice. Jalen Hurts might not be your QB1, but you need him on your roster because he can throw the ball, he can run the ball, he doesn't throw any interceptions. He's someone who's not going to be a risky QB2. So if you're in a league that you need at least one backup quarterback, or maybe you're in a league that starts 2 quarterbacks, right? We have those leagues out there. Is Jalen Hurts a good QB2 to you?
100%. And Josh, I'll tell you this, if you're looking at ADP, your average draft position in fantasy drafts, overall, in general, this is big picture, right? Jalen Hurts is a QB12. That means Jalen Hurts in many, 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 many leagues is being taken as the 12th quarterback off the board, which means in your typical redraft, that makes him a QB1. Now, for me, I'd feel much more comfortable having him as my second in a 2-quarterback league, or one of my strategies that I always try to do in every draft is try to get 2 quarterbacks because then I have bye week coverage and I have trade bait if need be. In my drafts, I 100% want to make sure I try to get some shares of Jalen Hurts. I do. I just feel like even if he's not your one, if you go and let's say you even get a Ryan Tannehill or a Russell Wilson, whatever type of thing, I still want Hurts on my roster because of what I said, bye week cover up or trade bait. We fully believe in him and I think we're going to see it. But like you said earlier, we don't know. This isn't the guy who's done it for 10 years, right? We don't know. So there is that risk associated with it.
Let's stay in the NFC East. A little news coming out today from the New York Giants, Andy. According to ESPN's Jeremy Fowler, Saquon Barkley has a, quote, strong chance, unquote, to play week 1, while Kenny Gainwell returned to practice on Friday. How are you handling 2 guys who do have legit fantasy upside in Barkley and Kenny Galladay? But guess what? They've both been injured.
Well, and the Saquon Barkley thing just terrifies me. Like, Josh, I really hope that at my point in the draft, whatever draft I'm in, that Saquon Barkley is either gone or I have a much easier decision to make. Because we know when Saquon Barkley is healthy, which has not been often, but when he is not arguably, he is one of the best 2 or 3 backs in all of football. No doubt. However, he has not been healthy. And it's not just, he's banged up a little bit. 2 serious ligament injuries in consecutive years. I don't care if his legs are as big as my house, Josh. I don't care. That's great. Then go into bodybuilding, pal. Your ligaments inside aren't strong. I don't know how you strengthen those, but they're not. Something's not right. So, okay, he starts week 1. Even if he doesn't, you want to be in a position where you're RB1. You are holding your breath on every single offensive snap for the New York Giants. That's where I get concerned. So if you do, and if the draft falls to you and you think, okay, Saquon Barkley is the best value over the best tight end or receiver, etc., that's fine. but I would just make sure that I am loading up as far as I have a strong RB2. I have depth there. Maybe I'm looking Devontae Booker as the handcuff a little bit later on, but that would just get turned into a full-blown committee. And the Kenny Golladay thing, Kenny's, he's banged up last year too. I'm with that quarterback situation. I don't love it with Daniel Jones. So I personally would be looking at Golladay as more of a low NWR2 myself, but I wouldn't necessarily be overly concerned with drafting him. Like, it wouldn't prevent me necessarily between him and somebody else in that sort of tier 2 level.
Let's head down to Washington. Ron Rivera says he's very confident Chris Samuel will play week 1. Good news. Bad news, your quarterback is the most inconsistent player in the NFL, Ryan Fitzpatrick. So Washington's offense had the law firm last year, right? It was Haskins, it was Kyle Allen, it was Taylor Heineke, it was Alex Smith. It was a law firm out there basically playing quarterback. This year, it's Fitzmagic. So how do you feel about the Washington football offense?
Oh, boy. And that's the thing with Fitz. Josh, I feel like we know how this is going to go. The first month of the year, Fitzpatrick's going to come out. He's going to light it up. He's throwing 400 yards. He's running in for touchdowns, and people are like, oh, Fitzmagic. And then come week 5, week 6, things start to trend downward, and then you have a disaster 3 interception game, and then you're like, now we need Taylor Heineke. Oh, we need Heineke. We know how this goes. So that's why for me, again, if I was looking at, I don't necessarily not want Ryan Fitzpatrick on my team, but I would do it in a strategy. And the reason is when he's clicking, it opens that whole offense up. It opens it up for McLaurin, for Samuel, Logan Thomas, Antonio Gibson, opens it all up. No more dinking and dunking. So if I was to get Ryan Fitzpatrick and he follows the same pattern that he does for many years now, what I would do is have him as my backup and try to sell high. Try to sell Ryan Fitzpatrick. Get in on the first wave of trades in your fantasy league in the first month. Every time he has a good game, pop him out on that trade wire. But try to collect on Ryan Fitzpatrick because there's a reason he's been on 1,000 teams throughout his career, right? Like, there's a reason, and it's because he can't do it consistently. So that'd be my advice. Try to get him because I think he could provide as some nice trade capital early in the season as long as you don't wait too long.
Let's head to Dallas. Look, we all know Ezekiel Elliott's the number 1 back down there, right?
Yeah.
But in a lot of drafts, people like to get Tony Pollard as the handcuff, just in case, right?
Just in case.
Like to have Pollard just in case. Well, the problem is the Cowboys just signed Corey Clement. And we know what Corey Clement's infamous for. He led the 2017 Eagles in rushing touchdowns on a team with LeGarrette Blount, Jay Ajayi, and all those backs. He led them in rushing touchdowns. So if Zeke goes down, I got to wonder, is Tony Pollard the handcuff? Does that lose value because Clement might vulture him?
No, it's a great point. It's a great point. Clement is there, and it's scary because he's, like you said, he's a vulture. So do I feel Tony Pollard he flashed? He looked good last year when he flashed, right when he got the chance. I thought Tony Pollard looked good. I liked him a couple years ago coming out of the draft as a bit of a change of pace guy. But what does Corey Clement do? I think it definitely downgrades his touchdown upside for sure if Zeke went down. I still feel overall Pollard is the one you want as far as if you're going to go handcuff, but he wouldn't be at the top of my list because of the Clement factor. I'd be looking Chuba Hubbard. That's the top handcuff in all of fantasy football right now behind Christian McCaffrey. Something happens to him. Chuba Hubbard, Canada's own Chuba Hubbard, big dude back, who the head coach, Matt Rule, his wife told him to draft.
Right.
So you know, remember that? The wife said, okay. So that would be my top handcuff if we're looking at it. Pollard, I still wouldn't mind. But again, this would be somebody I'm keeping on my bench, a break glass in case of emergency. And I do not, perfect world, I have Tony Pollard on my team, and I don't have to ever put him into my starting lineup.
Andy McNamara joining us here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN at AndyMC81, Sportsnet, National Fantasy Sports host, analyst, as well as NFL analyst, and of course, friend of Game Night with Josh Hennig here on 97.3 ESPN. Let's go to a couple other teams around the league that I have concerns about. Because again, people are preparing for the season. We got a week till the season starts, but we got drafts going on. We got people getting ready for people, or maybe already drafted, and Andy, they're sweating because a team like the Ravens right now only have 2 healthy receivers. And one of them is Sammy Watkins. And the other one is Hollywood Brown, who just got back to practice today. Miles Boykin expected to miss at least 3 weeks. Meanwhile, Rashad Bateman going to be out 6 to 8 weeks following core surgery. Are you concerned about the Ravens' offense?
Well, when you look at it, let's be honest. Okay, I know people like to pat Lamar Jackson on the back for, it's the weapons' fault that he can't throw and all that. He runs, okay? The receiver part doesn't concern me. When that went down, if I'm a Ravens fan, I know you got the purple-colored glasses on because you love Lamar Jackson. That doesn't concern me because the strategy for defense is to still get him to throw the football. As long as Mark Andrews is healthy, that's your receiving target. Sammy Watkins, please. We know there's going to be a toe or an ankle. We know. Like you're talking about Vegas odds earlier. Whatever the odds are on a foot-type injury to Sammy Watkins, you're losing. It's all happening. It is. So now you look at the running situation. Well, Lamar Jackson's your top rusher. Yeah, Gus Edwards as the top guy with Justice Hill. Gus Edwards, bowling ball type. Now, I goal line wise, that's where he has some value, but Lamar Jackson can siphon that as well. It's going to be a full-blown committee with J.K. Dobbins out, right? Like Justice Hill, is this his time to finally get an opportunity to flash after being, I believe it was a fourth round pick a couple years ago? You have Tyson Williams. Like this just feels like a bunch of bodies in the backfield when Lamar Jackson is not running. So, Hollywood Brown, he's been calling for the ball for years and he's not getting it. He was complaining the last 2 seasons. So it's still, to me, if I'm looking at it, it's Mark Andrews and it's Lamar Jackson and everybody else on the Ravens for your fantasy team. I wouldn't be too excited about as far as a consistent week in, week out producer.
Overall in the AFC North, how do you rank these offenses? Because I feel like everyone has a demerit against them on some level, right? Big Ben, he's getting old. Joe Burrow has basically you and me blocking for him at this point, right?
Yeah.
The Cleveland Browns, everyone asks, well, Odell Beckham Jr. is back. Do they just go back to running the ball or do they throw the ball more, right? And of course, we just mentioned Baltimore. So how do you gauge and rank these 4 offenses that are all high profile?
Well, it seems to me for the first time I may have ever been able to say this in my adult life, Josh, that the Cleveland Browns have the best offense in the division. I think it's true. And the reason is, for the first time in Baker Mayfield's career, he has the same head coach and offensive coordinator returning for the next season. First time. And we saw the last half of last season, from weeks 9 onward, he threw 2 interceptions, something like 15 touchdowns, was phenomenal in that QB-friendly Kevin Stefanski offense, which is not identical, but an offshoot from the Shanahan playbook. It's that little Gary Kubiak, that's who was all in there in the influence. So it is going to be run first. You still have Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt, but we saw what that does. Kind of, again, like the Tennessee Titans. You have a dominant running game, that opens everything up. So is it going to be OBJ? What does Jarvis Landry do? Austin Hooper, David Njoku's looked phenomenal in camp. Njoku's a guy I want bouncing back, still just 23, 24 years old, 5th year in the league. I want some of him. He's looked tremendous in training camp. So when you look at all that, Dynasty keeper leagues, folks, I'm telling you, get yourself Donovan Peoples-Jones if you don't have him already. He's going to replace Odell Beckham Jr. when I believe he leaves next year because of his expensive contract. DPJ, that dude is going to be on the field all the time because he can block as good or better than anybody. And here's a tip-off, Josh. They got rid of Kadarius Hodge, who ended up signing with the Giants. Kadarius Hodge has been on this team the last 2 years because he's the best blocking receiver, which tipped the hand of the whole offense that you're going to run. So you get rid of him, you can keep DPJ on the field, who can block, who's been developing amazing chemistry with Baker Mayfield, and who's the tallest receiver, a deep threat, and you can line him up anywhere. So DPJ is another guy to keep an eye on. So I think the Browns are the top offense. Like you said, Big Ben had to throw a ball a ton last year. Older, are they going to smarten up and run the football with rookie Najee Harris? Well, guess what? You have 4 new offensive linemen. And I don't think they're an upgrade over the old 4. So how is that going to work? We talked about the Ravens, and Cincinnati is way too pass heavy. The offensive line, like you said, stinks. Joe Mixon in the backfield, you put him behind a good O-line, he can be a great running back, just didn't get the opportunity. And the O-line is bad. And Joe Burrow has been a little shaky, a little skittish based on that serious knee injury. So while you have all the weapons in Cincinnati, I have to pause and think, where do I want to draft these Bengals receivers on my fantasy team with Joe Burrow, who is not showing confidence in that knee, and what happens if he goes down again? He goes down, that depth chart gets really ugly really fast in Cincinnati.
The complete opposite of the AFC North is the AFC South. Because
Yes.
in the AFC South, the Jags have a rookie quarterback and a head coach that I'm not still fully sure he's going to work out in the NFL. I mean, every week he says something that the team has to retract at this point. It's getting ridiculous.
Yeah.
Ryan Tannehill, even though he's vaccinated, he's been on and off the COVID list almost every few months, it seems like, at this point. So who knows what's going on with the quarterback down in Tennessee. Carson Wentz, he had foot surgery, but he's coming back earlier than expected, which always makes you nervous. By the way, all of his offensive linemen have either been injured or on the COVID list. Right. So who knows who's going to be available for week 1, right? Yeah. And then, of course, you got the Texans, which are the Texans. So at this point, what do you do with the AFC South?
Boy, the Texans are like Josh. It's very rarely where I can look at an entire football team, an entire team, and say there's not one player I want on my fantasy team. Not one. I don't want any Houston Texan on my team. Not one. Not as a starter. Probably not even as a 2 in there. Just none of it. It's awful. I don't want any piece. So we write off the Texans right away. Scratch off. Not even garbage time points. Like nothing. Not interested. The Colts with Carson Wentz. If Carson Wentz is in there, theoretically, should be a nice looking offense, right? I think with T.Y. Hilton getting banged up a little bit, that upgrades the fantasy relevance of the tight ends again, who we've talked about before. Jack Doyle, and I believe Mo Alley Cox is going to leapfrog him as the year goes on as the number 1 tight end, right? With Jonathan Taylor and Nyheim Hines and Marlon Mack. The Jags, I feel, for fantasy are going to be garbage time gems. Sort of back to the Blake Bortles days. Remember? They have like Blake Bortles that have like 4 fantasy points and it's the fourth quarter. Ends up with 25 because of just garbage points. That's fine. They all count. So I see Jacksonville sort of being in that vein. The Titans I have more confidence in. I really feel that addition of Julio Jones, now, like you said, assuming Tannehill and everybody else stays off the COVID list and all that and injuries, but you add Julio Jones, A.J. Brown cannot be double-teamed. You're not going to double-team Julio Jones at this point in his career. He falls to a more comfortable WR2 level where he's going to be seeing secondary coverage. Oh, yeah, you got that man-beast bowling ball Derrick Henry in the backfield. You're going to stack the box. AJ or Julio's going to beat you. You want to spread out? Henry's going to run through you. So I feel the Titans, as long as they can stay off the COVID list as much as possible, are probably going to be the class of that division, which, again, isn't really saying much.
By the way, Ryan Suckup just came off the COVID list today for the Bucs. I don't know if you heard this story. So after joint practices with the Bucs and the Titans, he went to dinner with a bunch of his friends because he used to play for the Titans, right?
Right.
So he was a part of the COVID group that got COVID listed, right? And he just came off the list today. So Bruce Arians goes out of his way to tell the media, oh, by the way, the whole team's vaccinated. Like, all right, bro. Just in case we're worried about your vaccination status.
Yeah. Yeah, just in case you're worried about the status. Yeah. Oh, gosh. What a mess. What a mess.
Speaking of the Bucs, let's flip over to the NFC South before I let you go. Listen, I think the most fascinating team in the NFL this year is the Saints because Jameis Winston could either go out there and throw 35 touchdowns and 5,000 passing yards, or he could throw 4,000 passing yards and 25 interceptions. I don't know what we're getting from Jameis this year. And I'm fascinated because this is supposed to be the mature Jameis, the better Jameis, the mentor Jameis, the fill in the blank. And it's like, he's still like, I would love to like sit down, like hang out with Jameis Winston. He seems to be the most strange individual in the NFL to me because like on one hand, the dude is some of the greatest arm talent I've ever seen. But on the other hand, his mind seems to be sometimes in a different world.
Right. Yeah. Most interesting man in the universe. If you could have a sit down, maybe supervise. I don't know if I'd want to be one-on-one with James because he can be a little wonky. So, in a crowded room, yes. But yeah, like for Jameis, remember, Josh, he had the laser eye surgery. We haven't seen him as a starter since that. All kidding aside, like, did that have some? I don't know. Maybe that helps him. Maybe. How much did you drink in from Drew Brees? And then also, maybe that maturity shows up at first when things are going well in a game. What happens when you're under pressure? Tendency for humans is to revert back to the comfort level, which for Jameis is to just sling it wherever he wants. And that could be, the question is too, who the heck's he throwing it to? You don't got Michael Thomas. Traquan Smith's a bit banged up. Are we loving Marquez Callaway? Deontay Harris? Woo. Like, outside of Alvin Kamara, really, and maybe, you got Adam Troutman, the rookie tight end. I never like counting on rookie tight ends. So really, it's Alvin Kamara. And then, again, like maybe Jameis Winston. I think that'd be a fun late-round pick to have on your football team just to see what's up, and maybe it pays off. But, boy, this year, like, Josh, outside of Alvin Kamara, is there anybody that jumps off the page to you that you're like, oh, yeah, I got to have that guy? I think the fantasy big-time days of the Saints, at least for this year, is over.
Really quick, do you stash Taysom Hill on your bench?
Oh, I hate Taysom Hill for fantasy. I really do. And I feel like I dislike the man, Josh, because of the fantasy turmoil he caused. Like, I feel like if I met Taysom Hill, I would dislike the man. That's not fair. Taysom Hill's probably a nice gentleman, I'm sure. But I dislike him so much because he ruins fantasy teams. That's like, it drives me nuts. You know what? For Taysom Hill, like, that's, unless there's an injury or Jameis Winston fully falls off, I just see him being in that weird scatter role that Sean Payton has him in, and you're going to be swearing at your television because he steals fantasy points for you that could have gone to someone else. So I personally am not, because I do not want to enable Taysom Hill, Josh. I don't want to enable him. I don't want to root for him because him and Sean Payton hate fantasy football, and I want no part of it.
For more of these takes, go follow Andy MC81 on Twitter, Sportsnet National Fantasy Sports host and analyst, and NFL analyst for us here on 97.3 ESPN. Andy, always appreciate the conversation. Great stuff, and we'll be talking with you weekly moving forward as we get people ready each week for their fantasy football weeks, because week 1 is literally next Thursday.
So good. Josh, you know what? I can't wait to be on with you every week. And I'll say this. Hey, if people want to try to win a copy of the new EA Sports Madden 22, you can enter on Instagram at the UFAFL. Go there at the UFAFL for your chance to win a copy of Madden 22. That's for your listeners, Josh. I'm just putting that out there for you guys. So go get it.
What is in your left hand over there?
Oh, it's a squeezy football, Browns football.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
because
when I start talking about Taysom Hill, Josh, I get mad, and I just have to squeeze something, and I can't squeeze Taysom's face, so I got to do that.
I was going to say, because we went through this entire segment, you had nothing in your left hand, and all of a sudden, it's this ball that shows up in your left hand.
It's the tension ball that when I talk about Taysom Hill or the Saints, it drives me nuts, and I just got to.
The Taysom Hill tension ball.
Yep.
Brought to you by Andy McNamara.
I'll see you later, buddy.
All right, Andy. Andy McNamara. There's no one better. That was great. I mean, literally, I'm sitting here, I'm looking at him the entire interview because we're the virtual connection, right? In the virtual studio here on 97.3 ESPN. And he goes the entire interview, the whole segment, and out of nowhere, he's got a ball in his hand. I'm like, wait, what? Where did that thing come from? Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, we're going to get back to your guys' messages on the other side. I got to get myself back together here. 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app is powered by First Bank of Seattle. We'll get to your messages coming up on the other side, as well as still to come football for Adam Kaplan, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, Brian Toporek, Forbes Sports NBA contributor, and also AP NFL writer and reporter Rob Motti at 5:25. Also to come here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
The Touchdown Radio Network season begins with a Thursday night Big Ten battle as the 4th-ranked Ohio State Buckeyes visit the Minnesota Golden Gophers. Head coach PJ Fleck enters season number 5 with the Gophers as they look to rebound from a disappointing 3-4 record last year. Even with a new quarterback, the Ohio State Buckeyes are again eyeing a Big Ten championship and a college football playoff berth. The Ohio State Buckeyes and Minnesota Golden Gophers, 8 p.m. Eastern this Thursday.
On 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's football station.
Football season is about to kick off, and that means it's time to list your football future bets on PropSwap. Did you know before the season started last year, the Buccaneers were 60-1 to win it all? Now that's a futures bet. You just never know what can happen. Or hey, maybe you do. Sports bettors cash in early and often when they list long shots on PropSwap. The average monthly seller makes $500 a month on PropSwap just posting and selling tickets. So join them by going to PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app today. PropSwap, where America buys and sells sports bets.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Josh Hennig here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM. Don't forget 97.3 ESPN mobile app. It's free. Thanks to First Bank, Seattle City. This hour of the Sports Bash being brought to you by J.C. Penney's Labor Day home sale, and the deals are coming in hot. Get instant savings on furniture, mattresses, and more. Shop doorbusters all day Friday to Monday while they last at J.C. Penney. Get back to some more of your messages here on the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN FM. Of course, don't forget, you can also message the show through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Thanks to First Bank of Seattle City. We've been talking a lot of NFL, a lot of football throughout the show. As always, I'll give you some of my picks for college football a little bit later in the show. Also, football at 4, Adam Kaplan, NFL Insider, coming up today on 97.3 ESPN as well. Josh Hennig hanging out with you here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. We also talked about the Sixers and Ben Simmons. Tom from the Phillies, he said earlier that he wants Ben Simmons traded as far away as possible. He wants to go. Tom says, I much prefer Toronto for Ben Simmons. For those who didn't hear the news earlier, we read the quotes for you a little earlier. I'll read them again. Basically, The Athletic published another report today with the Ben Simmons situation, and apparently, according to the report, there was really never a lot of traction on the Simmons to Warriors front. Apparently, Morey initiated the call to the Warriors about their interest in Ben Simmons, and there was never any bargaining involved in the deal. Morey basically asked for a package. Warriors declined, and then that was it. And neither side has circled back since. Now, the article goes on to say that the Sixers could circle back, but it would come down to, quote, if the Sixers slash their asking price significantly, it would warrant a deeper discussion within the Warriors, unquote. And this gets back to the conversation I had with you guys earlier in the week. I'm convinced from everything I've read, everything I've observed, that you got to get a third or fourth team involved. There's no way, nada, that you can get Ben Simmons in a 1-for-1 deal unless Sixers significantly drop their asking price. Shams Charania mentioned Toronto Monday in his article, and I don't know if he will end up in Toronto because I don't know if Toronto is willing to do the work to get a third or fourth team involved to make the trade work. When James Harden was traded to the Nets had to get the Cavs and the Pacers involved to make the deal work. So it became a 4-team deal with Karis LeVert ending up in Indiana and Jared Allen ending up in Cleveland. And then the Rockets got completely fleeced because everyone they traded to Houston in the deal are all gone now. So, but the Nets had to get multiple teams involved. And that's for a superstar MVP winner, James Harden. Ben Simmons is a completely different animal. So if you are going to be a team like Minnesota or a team like the Warriors who may or may not be interested in Ben Simmons, you got to get multiple teams involved. So while I appreciate Tom and the Villas, and it is funny you mentioned Toronto, completely different country, right? Listen, Tom and the Villas, I just don't know how exactly Ben's getting traded, but he's going to get dealt. Another thing in this article they mention in the piece is the following point. They say that Simmons' representation will continue to turn up the heat on the Sixers, according to The Athletic. But if Morey has full autonomy in Philadelphia, he won't be one to make a panic deal, even if it means dragging it into camp or the season to exact proper value. He won't just take Andrew Wiggins and a first-round pick or Buddy Hield and Marvin Bagley combo just because Simmons is a preseason no-show. That's according to The Athletic. So if we're confirming that Daryl Morey is not going to make a panic move, he isn't going to, make a move for the sake of making a move, to me, that says very, very clearly, very, very loudly that this organization, the Sixers, are not going to be bullied into a trade. But like the Houston Rockets did when they traded Harden this past year, or in the years past when Morey traded for Chris Paul, then traded him away to get Russell Westbrook, Morey is going to find the best deal for his team. But it might take some, shall I call it, extreme creativity. Because of the fact that when you think about what is going on moving forward for this organization, I got to tell you guys, you cannot walk out of this situation asking for as much or as little as been discussed. I don't know if there's a way to get Damian Lillard. I don't know if there's another superstar that will become disgruntled Sixers could get. But at this point, the Sixers need to consider if getting a superstar for Ben Simmons is even legitimate. Because, listen, we talked with Paul Hudrick yesterday from Liberty Ballers, and he mentioned the possibility that if you go out and get a guy like Lillard, you're giving up way more than Ben Simmons. Whereas if you're the Sixers and you're giving up Ben Simmons and a lesser piece or two, and you're getting a haul in return, which is more valuable? Is it giving up all of these players to get Damian Lillard and having to fill in the roster around them, considering the fact that the rest of the league has already picked up all the random leftover guys? You see that guys like Paul Millsap and LaMarcus Aldridge are going to Brooklyn. Rondo is going back to the Lakers. These teams are filling out their rosters. So if you empty the chamber to get a guy like Damian Lillard and you're left, with a bare cupboard, is that still a winning team? It is a team that has, just for argument's sake, Damian Lillard, Danny Green, Tobias Harris, Joel Embiid. Let's say they trade Seth Curry and they got to put Furkan Korkmaz in the starting lineup. Is that a championship lineup? And if you depleted your bench, do you really believe the Sixers can win a championship just because they got Damian Lillard? Whereas if you trade Ben Simmons and you get a bunch of players in return that are not Damian Lillard level, but that are all borderline all-stars potentially, is that a better team? Is it better to build around Joel Embiid and reformulate this roster that way? I think it's a question that only the Sixers can answer affirmatively, because only they know exactly what they are looking for and exactly what they want and exactly what they value. I know for me, I value the best team possible, not just the best player in return for a trade. Josh Hennig here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. We'll dig deeper into the Sixers situation with Brian Toporek from Forbes Sports, NBA contributor and the co-host of the NBA podcast, a little bit later at 4:40 p.m. tonight. We'll continue to get to your messages throughout the show. Of course, you can chime in as well through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. It's free thanks to First Bank of Seattle City. We appreciate all of you who are listening to the show, consuming the show, no matter where you do it, on your car radio, on your phone, online, wherever you're catching the show. We appreciate you checking us out as you do each and every day here on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on a Thursday edition, 3:44.
Football season is about to kick off, and that means it's time to list your football future bets on PropSwap. Last year, the Buccaneers were 60-1 to win it all. Now that's a futures bet. You just never know what can happen. Or hey, maybe you do. Sports bettors cash in early and often when they list long shots on PropSwap. The average monthly seller makes $500 a month on PropSwap just posting and selling tickets. So join them by going to PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app today. PropSwap, where America buys and sells sports bets.
You can watch the Sports Bash live now on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Search 97.3 ESPN or visit our website, 973ESPN.com.
Josh Hennig back here, filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash Thursday edition on 97.3 ESPN. Sports Bash being brought to you by Clark's Moving and Storage in South Jersey. For your next local or long-distance move, Clark's Moving and Storage is your first call. They are dependable and always show up. Visit them online at clarksmoving.net. Still to come, more deeper Eagles and NFL talk. Football out of 4 with Adam Kaplan, NFL Insider with the Inside the Birds podcast. Also, Rob Motti, Associated Press, NFL writer, reporter. Still to come at 5:25 here on 97.3 ESPN. I mentioned to you guys earlier in the show, for those who might have missed it, the Eagles did make a couple interesting roster moves today. They placed Jack Driscoll, Tyree Jackson, and Josiah Scott on the reserve injured list. And they also signed Hassan Ridgeway to the active roster. And then they added 3 new practice squad players, Nick Eubanks, Keyshawn Johnson, and Marvin Wilson to their practice squad. It's all went down today. And the significance of those moves is, I believe, and I would love for someone to help me with this, the fact that Jack Driscoll is going to be out for 3 weeks, because that's how it works with the reserve injured list, you're basically going to some very big questions when it comes to the offensive line, because Driscoll is your best offensive lineman. He can play every position but center. He can play tackle. He can play guard. He can play both sides of the line. So now without him, your reserve offensive linemen, your primary ones, are Dillard, Herbig, and Toth. And with those guys, if those are the 3 guys you got to depend on, because we don't know exactly how healthy or how ready Dickerson is moving forward, I just gotta wonder, how confident are you in the Eagles' offensive line? Because we know the starters are good, but if anyone goes down, and we've already seen guys like Sayamalu and Brooks and Lane Johnson have injuries over the years, and even though they're all healthy right now, there's no guarantee they're going to be healthy on game day. I'm a little concerned. I'm a little concerned about the offensive line depth. Because before today, we knew that you basically only had a couple guys on the offensive line who made the practice squad. Remember, you can call a handful of guys up from the practice squad. So maybe LaRaven Clark gets called up, but he's a tackle. Maybe you call Sua Opeta up, but he's only a guard. And Jack Driscoll was originally listed as your backup right tackle before today. Can Brett Toth play right tackle? I honestly have no idea. I know he could play left tackle and left guard pretty proficiently, but I haven't seen Brett Toth play a lot of right tackle. So I don't know. Is he going to be able to smoothly slide in if something happens or something comes up? You know, what if Lane Johnson gets the wind knocked out of him for whatever reason? What if there's a violent collision and he gets the wind knocked out and he takes a couple plays off? What if his helmet gets knocked off his head? You know, if you lose your helmet, you got to sit out at least a play. And what if part of them seeing his helmet gets knocked off is, hey, Lane, come in the concussion protocol. Let's get you checked out in the tent. Well, what if Brett Toth has to run in there for a couple plays? What happens then? So to me, the Driscoll move is the most eye-opening, shall we call it. Now, the other 2 moves were semi-expected. Tyree Jackson, we already knew he was going to miss some time. And then Josiah Scott, you know, him going on the reserve injured list for 3 weeks, it's not the end of the world because, again, on the practice squad right now, you do have Craig James. You could call him up on game day. You do have Michael Chiquette on the practice squad. You could call him up on game day. So there are some options that they have moving forward when it comes to this team, but it's just not ideal depth-wise right now. So as we are a week away from the first game of the 2021 NFL season, and when you look ahead to the overall perspective when it comes to the Eagles moving forward, I just have questions about the depth. That's all. I'm not saying the depth is horrible. I'm saying the depth isn't ideal. How about we put it that way? Still to come, football at 4 with Adam Kaplan. We'll dig deeper into the Eagles coming up next on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill at Josh Hennig on Twitter here on 97.3 ESPN. Mike Gill taking a little vacation time this week. He'll be back in the saddle on Tuesday as we all have a nice long weekend coming up for us. Don't forget, still to come this weekend, I won't be on Saturday, but Billy Schwein in the locker room will be on Saturday from 10 to 12. And then we have college football from now through the weekend. So tonight on 97.3 ESPN FM, you can get your Ohio State versus Minnesota, a Big Ten matchup for you guys. And then tomorrow night, right after the show at 6 p.m., North Carolina, the Tar Heels, and Sam Howell, one of the best quarterbacks in college football, going to Blacksburg to take on Virginia Tech. And then Saturday, we have a triple header on 97.3 ESPN FM. Penn State at Wisconsin at noon after Billy Schwein in the locker room. Alabama versus Miami at 3:30 p.m. And then the huge matchup, top 10 matchup of Georgia versus Clemson at 7:30. All right here on 97.3 ESPN. And of course, today and tomorrow, I'll give you some college football picks that I'm keeping an eye on. We got some tips from Doug Kazarian from ESPN a little bit early in the show to get into college football. With some of my thoughts as well from Doug's conversation later in the show here on 97.3 ESPN FM. This is the Sports Bash. I'm Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill. Football at 4 next.
Hey guys, it's Mike Gill. Football season is about to kick off, and that means it's time to list your football future bets on PropSwap. Did you know before the season started last year, the Buccaneers were 60-1 to win it all? Now that's a futures bet. You just never know what can happen. Sports bettors cash in early and often when they list long shots on PropSwap. The average monthly seller makes $500 a month on PropSwap just posting and selling tickets. There's so many great choices to consider. Who wins the Heisman Trophy, the College Football Championship, the Pro Football Championship. Every season, long shots become winners, and PropSwap is the only place to lock in the profit. So go choose 10 futures bets and list them for sale on PropSwap to the thousands of buyers looking to get in on the action. Football is just about here, and the time is now to join PropSwap. The fall season of prop swapping has begun. So join them and list your long shots today on PropSwap by going to PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app. PropSwap, where America buys and sells sports bets.
South Jersey's home of the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Well, something to think about, for sure.
WENJ HD Millville, Atlantic City. A town square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN presents the Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4 with Adam Kaplan.
I have real confidence that our football operations can once again create a dominant football team.
Powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Now, live from inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, it's Football at 4.
Every Thursday, all off season long, as we are a week away from the start of the NFL season. NFL insider Adam Kaplan from the Inside the Birds podcast joins the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill in this edition of the podcast. As we saw the initial 53-man roster come out just days ago, but as the roster evolves, we will see more changes, and covering all of that over at InsideTheBirds.com and on the Inside the Birds podcast. The man himself, Adam Kaplan, joins us right now on 97.3 ESPN. Adam, how you doing today?
Josh, I'm doing okay. Just kind of dealing with some personal stuff in terms of the storms and the tornadoes that happen, like a lot of us are. Just trying to help and find out how people are doing, just checking in on people, checking with people in my family and so forth. So it's kind of what we're dealing with this, the unexpected devastation yesterday. It's pretty sad and pretty scary.
Yeah, as someone who used to live in Philadelphia myself, seeing the parts of the city underwater like it was honestly jarring to watch this morning.
It was. It's very sad seeing the Vine Street Expressway, an artery which I've probably been on thousands of times in my life. I used to work downtown using 676 to get home when I lived on City Avenue, and I just remember, like, I could, when I sit in the Schuylkill, seeing that water as high as it was, it's almost hard to believe, but thankfully, Josh, that the weather is great now, because that was the other concern, was how quickly the storms would move out, and they moved out around midnight, thank goodness. And some of us who weren't hit by it were able to get back to some normalcy, but the others, my heart is going out to them today for sure.
Yeah, I mean, everyone from basically Louisiana all the way up to New York at this point. I mean, we got to keep them all in our prayers, because some of the damage has just been absolutely insane at this point.
No doubt.
Adam, back to the football field. Before we get to any specific details, one of the things that you and Jeff brought up on the podcast this morning on Inside the Birds, I want to ask you about is, you've covered the league for a while now. How interesting is it to you? How different is it, the fact that everyone the Eagles waived, none of them were claimed during the claims, and then the Eagles themselves had no claims, and the practice squad is literally, hey, everybody at training camp to start practice squad, you're all coming back.
It's really, I've never seen anything like it. We were kind of laughing. Like, we know the Eagles put in claims, but they didn't get any players. It's not, the Eagles were not the only team to not have any of their players waived, but to get no players claimed, not claim any players. Oh, and by the way, all the players in their practice squad they were with you in training camp. You didn't bring in anyone until today. I'd reported last night that they were going to sign Keyshawn Johnson, the former six-round receiver for the Cardinals, and they did that today. That one's official. But yeah, it's really odd. Look, it's not the worst thing, because what happens is these are your players. They were in training camp. Other than Keyshawn Johnson, there was another player that they signed today, a tight end, Nick Eubanks. I don't know anything about him, but he was an undrafted free agent. I just don't know much about his background. But everyone else are guys that they know, and that's just the way they're going to look at it. At least the guys know the offensive defenses, and they'll go from there.
You mentioned the moves that were made today. As you and Jeff both said multiple times that what was coming, one of those moves today was putting Tyree Jackson on the reserve injured list. But it was interesting to me, Adam, Jack Driscoll joins him as well. That's now 3 weeks that you're going to be without arguably your best backup offensive lineman.
At a minimum, by the way. It's a minimum of 3 weeks than you see. Like for Josiah Scott, I'm told it should be in the 2 to 3 week period on his hamstring strain, as long as he doesn't have a setback. But Driscoll, he's got a pectoral strain. Jeff Mosher reported last summer that Javon Hargrave, he had a pectoral strain and he missed basically all training camp. He was not right, physically to start the season. So we'll see. We'll see on just. By the way, even if the Eagles use the short-term IR designation, that does not mean he'll be back within 4 weeks. It just means it's a minimum of 3. That is the new IR rule, which we'll have better clarity on our next show. I have all the language. I'll read it to you so everyone can understand it. But the rules they all changed last year, and in fact, practice squads now are 16 players. The international player Matt Leo does not count, so that technically could give them 17 players. And they filled it out today, by the way. The Jack Driscoll one, you're right. That's disappointing, and that was a new one. We were not aware of that one.
Also, another move that was interesting, they re-signed Hassan Ridgeway. We also know T.Y. McGill is on the reserve COVID list. So what is your perspective on what the Eagles are doing on the D-line?
Yeah, we were shocked. Like, when Jeff and I did our preview, right? Our preview last Thursday for Cut Down Day on actually, what goodness gracious, it's this Thursday. The one we did for this past Monday show. We did not have them keeping 2 rookies to be their top backup D tackles. We didn't see that. That was the spread. The 7 linebackers was shocking. It's another one where I couldn't have predicted that one. But I don't have it in front of me. I don't know that I had Ridgeway making it, but I did think they could bring him back, and they did. He looked a little heavy in training camp. I'd heard he had an up and down training camp, as did T.Y. McGill, by the way. T.Y. McGill was more of a flash player in training camp. As you mentioned, he's on the COVID list. We'll see when he comes back. But Jeff and I had said there's just no way you're going into the game against Atlanta without somebody else who's played in the National Football League as a backup D tackle. You just can't do that, and that's why they brought Ridgeway back.
NFL insider Adam Kaplan joining us here at Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. The latest edition of the pod dropped this morning. Also check out all of their coverage over at InsideTheBirds.com. Adam, another thing that happened in the last 24 to 48 hours was Zach Ertz finally spoke to the media after a long time. And I thought you and Jeff were up a great point this morning on the pod by saying, listen, it was great to hear from Zach, but we still have some questions about exactly what is going on with his future.
Yeah, it was fascinating because, Zach never talked. There were rumors that he was going to talk once in training camp. He didn't do that. And I think what he did was, this is just me speaking without talking to Zach, but I know him fairly well, and I just kind of know, we all knew, and anyone who covers the team, fans knew this. It was very ugly for Zach in the club last summer. We didn't get his extension. I know it bothered him. The negotiations didn't go well. There was a major difference of opinion on what the structure should look like on the guaranteed money, as I understand it. And he had the high ankle sprain, wound up having surgery after the season. It just was a lost season for him. And then obviously the team was bad. The coaches got fired. For a guy who cares as much as Zach does, all players care, but you could take his caring of the football team and the community and his wife Julie and his mom Lisa, who lives here, to a different level. And the whole thing, I think, kind of bothered him, is my read of what happened last season. And once he knew, to move this forward, once he knew he wasn't getting traded, because he knew that the Eagles, it's not a secret, they wanted a decent amount for him. And Zach also is making $8.5 million, not the easiest contract to trade. Just once he knew, let's leave it at his part of it, that he knew, which is that he knew he probably was not going to be traded, which is probably recently. I think we all kind of came to that conclusion because there was nothing that would suggest that it was going to happen, that he just took the high road, which is what he should do. And I was a little bit surprised. And I think I'm guessing he meant, when he said he wanted to retire as an Eagle, I just think maybe he wants to live here. Because he's on the final year of his deal. I mean, is he really going to get another deal next year? I don't see that, but you never say never. Look, he's still here. No one thought that was going to happen. But it was a fascinating interview. Zach is very introspective of his life and his career. That's one of the things I really admire about him. You know, he was pretty quiet when he got here. I was working for the Eagles, Josh, in 13 from a media standpoint. 11, 12, and 13, Zach's first year. Man, he didn't say anything. Not that he's talks a lot, but when he does, he's generally a deep thinker, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, one of the things he also said, Adam, is part of the reason why they asked about why he was quiet this offseason is, he didn't want to blow up the city. It was one of the words he used. And I thought it was very interesting to me that, this guy, like, it sounds funny coming from him because he's not that kind of person to say weird stuff like that. But it tells me that this guy genuinely cares about the city. He cares about his teammates. He cares about, what he's done for the organization. And I told Jeff Moshe, I say it's so refreshing to hear somebody talk like that.
Yeah, he'll be an Eagle Hall of Famer someday. No question about it. The Super Bowl run was tremendous. The best tight end in Eagles history. And there have been a lot of good ones, but he's the best one. A great draft pick in the second. Boy, what a great draft Josh. That 13 draft. Lane Johnson in the first, and Zach Ertz in the second. That's a pretty damn good draft. And both are still playing for the football team, it's not often. There aren't very many players who are drafted in 13 are still with the original team. But Zach's been a great Eagle, and he'll hand off someday, obviously, to Dallas Goedert. He's the guy that the Eagles believe it could be special. But right now, Zach is on the football team.
Now, you mentioned Dallas Goedert. So how intriguing is it for you to look at this offense and say, look, you got these two tight ends. They both need to get reps on the field. We got a very young receiver core. How is that going to impact the Nick Sirianni first-year offense?
Yeah, this is the hardest thing to project, Josh. I'll be honest with you, because every indication that we were getting is that Ertz would not be on the football team. And then once we got into late July, I'm like, you know what? These coaches, they better plan for Ertz to be here. I don't think the Eagles are going to get what they think. And Zach's not taking a pay cut. It doesn't seem like so. And he's not, obviously he's made, but I'm talking in terms of a trade. I don't think he would have taken a pay cut just to get traded. So here we are. He's on the team. And by the way, the Eagles led teams in running 12 personnel, which is 2 tight ends last season, over 30%, which is a lot. Over 30 of your players are with 2 tight ends. So I think you got to account for him. Now, we'd said all along that if they did trade Ertz, this would be a heavy 11 team, 3 receivers and 1 tight end. But now Ertz is on the team. He's got to play. And I would also say, and I definitely screwed up in not mentioning this before, we just assumed we took Ertz as an afterthought kind of training camp. We rarely talked about him. He had a great training camp. Not only that, as one Eagle source said to me, he looks like the old Zach. So moving forward, Josh, what does that mean for receptions? It's hard to project because they want Goddard to be the guy there, but Zach Ertz is there. So this is a new staff. It's very hard. If you're into fantasy football, it's very hard to project Zach Ertz's catch total. I'm glad I don't have to do that for a living. I'd have a hard time doing it.
NFL insider Adam Kaplan joining us here at Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. The latest edition of the pod dropped this morning. And of course, all their coverage over at InsideTheBirds.com, and follow them on Twitter as well at InsideBirds. Adam, let's flip it over to the defense.
Sure.
I told Andrew when he was on the show, because we basically talked live when the rosters came out on Tuesday on Football at 4. Then Jeff yesterday, I want to ask you, 7 linebackers? Like, I mean, talk about a team that barely prioritized linebacker for so long, and now all of a sudden it's like, oh, by the way, we have 7 linebackers. Like, what a change of pace.
Well, it's pretty funny. So I exchanged text messages with personnel people, and they know I have an expertise in the Eagles. So one guy said to me, WTF with linebackers, why are they keeping 7? I said, I have no idea. I don't know. I didn't know what to say to the guy. I know Sean Bradley's a really good special teams player. He's not going to play on defense. Patrick Johnson is their backup Sam. Whenever they play with a Sam linebacker, Avery's in first. They all have different roles. T.J. Edwards will be a rundown guy. Wilson and Singleton are their Eagles going to be a 4-2-5 defense. So Singleton and Wilson will be the linebackers. And Davion Taylor's hurt. But at some point, someone's got to go, you would think. I mean, it's one thing if they ran a 34 defense. That's a different story because you start 4 linebackers in a 34. In a 4-2-5, you only start 2. So what is the point? It's just, I don't know. That one would floored me. I'll give anyone $50 if they could prove to me that they had set in their projection. Jeff and I did our own, and the ones we got wrong were comical because we didn't know that Jordan Howard's going to make it. kudos to Bo Wolf for the Athletic for getting that's a great call by him.
Yeah.
But I didn't see Jordan Howard getting cut. I know he's back on the practice squad. That makes sense, but I certainly didn't see him getting cut.
Adam, you mentioned Davion Taylor. Are you also surprised that he wasn't put on the reserve injured list?
That would tell me that they think he's coming back within 3 weeks. Because why? The Alshon Jeffrey thing blew up in their face last year. Remember?
Yeah.
That he did not come back when they thought he would. In fact, he was out several weeks longer than they thought. So they got that one wrong. I don't know if he had a setback. We never got the straight scoop on him. And Davion Taylor had a significant calf strain. But, man, he's been out forever. These calf strains can be tough. He's had two. Actually, he had 2 different injuries. He had a quad, now I think a calf. So to answer your question, yeah, I was surprised that they didn't do that.
And on the flip side of all that, they have 7 linebackers, but they didn't keep as many safeties. And I'm curious to see, because of the guys they put on the practice squad, how many guys could potentially be called up on game day, Adam, because we saw that happen a lot last year.
This was odd to me. This is where I really thought that they would keep Elijah Riley on the roster, because what we were told is of all the young safeties, you can make a case he had a better. Well, Kavon Wallace is hurt, so I don't want to kind of include him in that. But the safeties that they had in camp, he had one of the best camps. And as we said, none of their players were claimed off waivers. So to answer your question, yeah, it's 4 of them on the roster and 2 are hurt. Rodney McLeod's come back from ACL reconstruction. He's in practice or played since last season. Wallace injured his groin more than once. He injured it once, and then he injured it again. So to me, I just don't understand why they would take a chance, but they did, and they got lucky. They made the right. I guess they projected these guys wouldn't get claimed. They didn't. Now Josiah Scott's on IR, so you're a little bit light at corner. You've got Max as your slot, Slay, and Nelson, and then right now, Zach McPherson, right, who's a rookie. So they're light there as well.
Yeah, on the practice squad, you got Craig James, Michael Jaquette, Elijah Riley, and Grayland Arnold. I mean, you can't call all 4 of them up on game day. That'd be ridiculous.
Right. So what you can do, first of all, the reason why I didn't have Craig James on the roster is because he had been hurt all training camp. I thought they would not keep him. They didn't. They could just bring him along slowly. You don't have to rush him. And then when you look at the practice squad, yeah, I mean, they could bring up Jaquette, Riley, who could play corner. He did some in Army, but he's more of a safety now. They need someone who they know can play. Jaquette, I would think, would be that guy, but man, he's a project. The hope is you don't have to bring him up. Josiah Scott has got to miss a minimum of 3 weeks. So that's kind of where that's at.
And Adam, one of the things that you guys were the first I heard say on the Inside the Birds podcast, you talked about the fluid 53.
Yeah.
What is your expectation? Because we are still a week away from the start of the NFL seasons, which means we are 10 days away from the Eagles actually playing. So how many more changes do you expect to see the Eagles potentially make in the next week plus?
All right, it's a good question. I would say the linebacker position, I just don't see the point of having 7. We're in the 4th preseason week where they're not playing games anymore. So the practice week starts Wednesday of next week. They'll have a light practice on Wednesday. Monday they'll have off Tuesday and practice Wednesday. That's the way it works week 1 when you play on Sunday. So look, if they have 7 linebackers start next Wednesday, Wednesday of next week, then that's what they're probably going to keep in, going into the season or to week 1. But I don't know that anything will change. Now the question is, will Jordan Howard be on the opening day roster or still be in the practice squad week 1? That's the question. I would think he'd be. I know Jeff said in our show that dropped this morning he thinks Howard will be up for the game. It would make sense. Plus, when you look at their offense, right? We need to learn about Dickerson, his status for the week. And by the way, if he's not practicing fully, he must be listed on the injury report on Wednesday of next week. Same for Rodney McLeod with his coming back from the ACL, so we'll learn more about him. So I would say defensively, you mentioned the D tackles. We need to understand how much Milton Williams and Tui Pelotu, if he dresses, plays, because Ridgeway knows this defense. I know he was released, but he knows the defense. This guy's played in the league. The Eagles have always liked him. He just didn't have a great training camp.
He's NFL insider Adam Kaplan at Kaplan NFL on Twitter. Check out the latest edition of the Inside the Birds podcast dropped this morning. Subscribe, download it, share it. Go check out InsideTheBirds.com. sportsbash.com. All the great content they have over there. And, of course, Adam will be back next Thursday's edition of Football at 4, which will be the first day of the official 2021 NFL season. Adam, great stuff today.
Josh, thank you.
Josh Hennig here on the Sports Bash, filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN. And don't forget, Football at 4 is being brought to you by Caesars Entertainment Atlantic City Resorts, proud sponsors of Football at 4 all Eagles season long. That's Caesars Entertainment Atlantic City Resorts. Football at 4 every day at 4 o'clock on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Andrew DeCecco will check in on tomorrow's edition of the show as we get ready for the weekend. Again, we are a week away from the start of the season, but 10 days is a lot of time to be shuffling the roster. The Eagles started making some shuffling today. How much more movement? Keep it tuned here at 97.3 ESPN. We will keep you updated on all the Eagles in NFL news. Still to come, talk more NFL with Rob Motti from the Associated Press, NFL writer reporter at 5:25 tonight. And of course, we'll get back to your messages coming up on the other side. Of course, you can message the show as always, no matter where you're listening to the show, on your radio, in the car, on your phone, on your computer. We appreciate everywhere you consume the show. And don't forget the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. It's free. Thanks, First Bank of Seattle City. You can DM the show directly through the app. You can listen to all the shows on the app, and all the content from 97.3 ESPN.com is right there with the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. I'm Josh Hennig, filling for Mike Gill on a Thursday edition of the Sports Bash.
This is the radio home for Philadelphia Eagles football. The Eagles open the 2021 season next Sunday in Atlanta against the Falcons.
Flying back. Here comes the rush. He's hit. They've got him back at the 35.
Pre-game coverage begins at noon. Merrill and Mike call all the action starting at 1. This is where the Eagles play. 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station. You can watch the Sports Bash live now on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Search 97.3 ESPN or visit our website, 973ESPN.com.
Josh Hennig back here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM and 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Thanks to First Bank of Sea City. It is free for you to download and get all the content from 97.3 ESPN.com on the app. The 4 o'clock hour of the Sports Bash being brought to you by PropSwap, America's sports betting marketplace. Sell your sports bet, take your profit, find out how at PropSwap.com by downloading the PropSwap app today. I got to update you guys on the Phillies real quick before we get to anything else. The Phillies now lead 7-6. They were down 6-0. And all of a sudden, the team just woke up from their doldrums and decided to just take back control of this game as they're now in the bottom of the game, 8th, and they lead 7-6 over the Nationals. A rough start for Aaron Nola, definitely an underwhelming pitching performance, to say the least, for Nola. But, man, this team just found a way. Just found a way to get out of the situation. They found a way to take back this lead in the most unlikely way. I mean, they were taking walks. They were getting blue base hits. I mean, Duval Herrera shortens up and puts the ball in play. Man, I mean, what a mess. And earlier in the game, I was like, this game is over. I mean, when I saw Freddie Galvis misplay that one ball at shortstop, I'm thinking, this is your best shortstop. Your best shortstop, your best defensive infielder, and he botches the ball. And it's just like, you go from thinking this team is DOA, and all of a sudden they take a 7-6 lead with one out in the bottom of the 9th right now. Man, I don't even know what to call this team anymore. I don't know if they're cardiac kids. I don't know if they're the Fighting Phils. I don't even know this team anymore. I don't know this team. I don't know what they are. The Phillies now have scored at least 7 runs in 7 straight games. The only other times in franchise history that they've had more games in a row, according to Baseball Reference, that they have scored 7 or more runs was 1903, 1890, 1895, 1894, 1894, 1900, and 1895. This is the first time they have scored at least 7 straight games with 7 or more runs since 1933. I don't even think there's anybody in the listening audience who was alive the last time the Phillies scored 7 or more runs in 7 or more games. What a ridiculous streak this team is on. I don't know what's in. Listen, I understand that, you know, we talked to Mike McGarry yesterday and Frank Close on Tuesday about this. Yeah, part of it is their schedule. Part of it is they're playing the Diamondbacks and they're playing the Nationals. But it was just a week ago they got swept by Arizona and they could only score 2 runs a game. It's almost as if this team was like, you know what? We got Rhys Haskins coming. It's almost like they played the reverse Pitino game, right? For those who don't know, the Rick Pitino game is from Rick Pitino. He was head coach of the Boston Celtics. He made a sly comment to the media after one of their losses where he talked about how, you know, Larry Bird and the legendary Celtic players of the past are not walking through that door. That was like 22 years ago when Pitino said that. Well, it's almost like the Phillies did like a similar situation where they were like, hey, man, no one's coming to save us. No one's coming to help us. It's on us to figure this out. And, man, they're figuring something out. I don't know if they're going to win this game or not. I mean, they got 2 men on and 1 out. Archie Bradley is struggling on the mound here. But, man, this team is finding ways to score runs finally after they could barely score runs. They had a 10-game stretch where they scored 2.3 runs per game. a 10-game stretch, and now all of a sudden they have 7 straight games scoring 7 or more runs as Bradley barely misses that fastball high in the zone. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Man, well, I'll keep you updated on this game, but man, this game has been nuts. I feel like every time I turn my head to look at the game, it's just something wacky's going on with this team. So they currently lead 7-6, but they're on the borderline. I'm still maybe losing this game because they got 2 runners on and 1 out. Archie Bradley struggling through this bottom of the 8th inning. So we'll keep you updated on that front. Still to come on the show, we'll get more into the NFL with Rob Motti from the Associated Press coming up at 5:25 tonight. Also, we get more into the Sixers. Brian Toporek, Forbes Sports NBA writer, as well as co-host of the NBA podcast, will join us coming up in about 10 minutes from now. Get some of your messages here before we get to that. Of course, you can always message the show through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app, thanks to First Bank of Seattle City. We do have a message I wanted to get to. Just got to make sure I got the right screen in front of me. Terry from Galloway. Terry chimed in a little bit earlier in the show and said, Ben Simmons is no value except this, from Terry of Galloway. Terry, here's the thing. It's not that Ben Simmons has no value, okay? I think that's an extreme, all right? Ben Simmons has value. He just doesn't have the value of a superstar. Every player has value on some level. Ben Simmons is wanted by teams. The Athletic article stated about the Warriors that the Warriors were not going to trade their 2 first-round picks this year, 2 future first-round picks, along with James Wiseman and Andrew Wiggins for Simmons. Okay, that's the kind of haul that you get for a superstar like a James Harden, right? You're not getting that. But the Sixers are not going to accept an offer like Buddy Hield and Marvin Bagley and no picks for Ben Simmons either. So the Ben Simmons trade value is somewhere between Buddy Hield and Bagley and 4 first-round picks and Andrew Wiggins. Somewhere in between those 2 trades is probably Ben Simmons' value. Because at the end of the day, Ben Simmons is getting traded. I don't see a scenario after he asked for a trade, after they discussed a month ago. Actually, it was almost 2 months ago now. It was early in July. Rich Paul met with the Sixers about Ben Simmons' future and the fact that Ben Simmons says now he may not report the training camp. The fact that the Timberwolves are still interested. We know the Raptors have shown interest. We know that other teams have, talked with the Sixers about potential trade. Ben Simmons is getting traded. But Terry of Galloway, to say Ben Simmons has no value, that's extreme. Okay? The reality is Ben Simmons has a trade value that someone will trade for him. The problem is, will the Sixers accept that? And I think that's my bigger concern. Ben Simmons is a 3-time All-Star. Ben Simmons has been NBA first-team All-Defense twice. So with that being understood, I know exactly what's going on here. I said this to you guys yesterday on the show. Here's what's going on. The Sixers are at the car dealership. That's what's going on here, folks. You go to the car dealership, you're trading in your car. The dealership comes to you with their first offer. And you look at the offer and you say, my car is worth more than you're offering me for this trade-in, and these payments are too much. And you tell the dealership, look, I can't take this offer. So then you got to haggle. You got to go back and forth. You got to play the game. You got to go back and forth on these negotiations at the car dealership, right? Ben Simmons is the car the Sixers are trying to trade in. And the dealership is the rest of the NBA. And there's a gap right now in between what the Sixers think Ben Simmons worth, what the rest of the league is worth, all right? And it's one of those deals where you go online, you do that, trade-in evaluator, right? and you print it out and you bring it to the dealership. I think people still do that, right? At least they were doing it when I was a car salesman, right? They would come to the dealership, they put the thing in front of you, be like, this is how much my car is worth. And you go out and evaluate it yourself, and you find out there's probably like a $3,000 difference in what the customer thinks the car is worth and maybe what the dealership thinks the car is worth. And you got to come in between. That's what's going on with the Sixers. The Sixers and the rest of the league got to find a middle ground between the exorbitant value they think Ben Simmons worth and the middle of the road value that the rest of the league thinks he's worth. And once they find that middle ground, Ben Simmons will be traded. But it won't be a one-for-one trade. It's already been proven, whether it's reports about the Warriors now that came out today, reports about the Timberwolves a couple weeks ago, reports about the Raptors that came out earlier this week, reports about the Cavs came out about a month ago. Every scenario we've gotten is a one-for-one deal. Sixers dealing with one team. And I'm telling you right now, this deal will get done when a team like the Timberwolves calls up another team and says, we need your assistance to get this deal done. Or the Sixers coerce another team to get involved in the situation. Because if it took 4 teams to get James Harden traded, don't tell me that it might not take 3 teams to get Ben Simmons 4 years left on his deal traded as well. More perspective on the Sixers. Ben Simmons coming up next. Brian Toporek joins us next from Forbes Sports NBA writer right here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN.
The Touchdown Radio Network season begins with a Thursday night Big Ten battle as the 4th-ranked Ohio State Buckeyes visit the Minnesota Golden Gophers. Head coach PJ Fleck enters season number 5 with the Gophers as they look to rebound from a disappointing 3-4 record last year. Even with a new quarterback, the Ohio State Buckeyes are again eyeing a Big Ten championship and a college football playoff berth. The Ohio State Buckeyes and Minnesota Golden Gophers, 8 p.m. Eastern this Thursday.
On 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's football station. to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Josh Hennig back here on the Sports Bash, filling in for Mike Gill. Third edition of the show, 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. It's free thanks to First Bank of Sea City. Well, the Sixers continue to be a soap opera. So to get more into the soap opera that is the 76ers, it is the co-host, one of my favorite podcasts, the NBA podcast, Forbes Sports NBA contributor, Brian Toporek joins us as the dumpster fire continues to burn and burn very intensely for the Philadelphia 76ers. Brian, how you doing today?
I'm doing well, Josh. One time, I just want to come on this show and have good things to talk about with the Sixers. Today is not that day, but one time this year.
No, and I've been saying it all week, Brian. I feel like from last Friday through today, every single day, it's been a new thing. Yeah. Shams had his interview last Friday. Then Shams has his article on Monday. Then Keith Pompey report comes out on Tuesday. And then Joel Embiid goes on the tweet storm on Wednesday, right? And then today The Athletic comes out with another article about the Warriors. It's like this is no longer where there's smoke, there's fire. There's a blazing fire in front of us. What on earth are we doing about it?
Yeah, it is a volcano erupting. And I mean, you had to see the writing on it has been on the wall for a while, but it certainly has escalated this week.
So let's start with the most recent information, okay? I thought The Athletic, which did an incredible job detailing the Warrior situation today, and I tweeted out some of the quotes from the article. It's very apparent that the Sixers think that their car that they're trading in, Ben Simmons, is worth way more than the dealership, which is the rest of the NBA. So what happens next? Like what can happen next in this situation? Because you know as well as anyone, trading a contract like Ben Simmons is not simple, even if the player says, I want out of town.
Yeah, I mean, that's the $146 million question, isn't it? Because, Ben has, according to Keith Pompey of the Philadelphia Inquirer, Ben has told them he wants out. He is not planning to show up at training camp. So it's now up to Daryl Morey. Do you trade him at the discount because you're not getting the price that you are asking for, the exorbitant price that you've been reportedly asking for? Or do you try to call his bluff because this guy is under contract, a guaranteed contract for 4 more seasons? And, they can fine him if he does decide to hold out from training camp in the regular season. At that point, you have to worry about damaging relationships with Ben's agent, Rich Paul of Clutch Sports, who is also Tyrese Maxey's agent. There were some conflicting reports that came out earlier this week about whether Rich was trying to force Tyrese Maxey out of town as well. But, he has a large clientele, and you don't want to get him angry at you because that could affect negotiations with Maxey in the future, with other potential free agents. So I think at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if Morey was hoping cooler heads prevailed and he realized I was not getting the offers I wanted. So from the Sixers perspective, it would have been ideal if Ben would have just showed up. During the regular season, I think he would have at least washed some of the bad taste out of other GM's mouths from that playoff meltdown. Because, the regular season and playoff basketball are two very different things. Ben Simmons has been an all-star for 3 straight years for a reason. He was runner-up in Defensive Player of the Year last year. Teams just don't have time during the regular season to game plan specifically for your weaknesses like they do in the playoffs. And even if they do, you can tell, your defense, okay, sag off of Ben. If he's got the ball 15 feet from the basket, he's not going to shoot. That's great. But there are still ways that as a series goes on, you become more and more familiar with someone's strengths and weaknesses. And, they deteriorate over the course of the series, which we saw against Atlanta. I don't think that would have been the case in the regular season. So, I don't think this is going to force Morey's hand here. I don't think he's going to panic trade Ben Simmons away for the Buddy Hield Marvin Bagley package that we keep hearing about. But I think it does add some sense of urgency of, they were reportedly hoping to pry Damian Lillard out of Portland. And, used Ben Simmons as the big chip to get Dame out. If it doesn't seem like Dame is going to request a trade this year, if it seems like he's going to wait until next offseason, I don't think the Sixers have the luxury of waiting that long anymore.
I just don't understand why, and maybe this is just naive of me, so just correct me if I'm wrong. But at some point, Morey has to accept that he just might not get what he wants, right? Like at some point, okay, you might want Damian Lillard, but to get Damian Lillard, it might take way more than you really want to give up yourself. Like Simmons for Lillard is never going to happen. No. Like straight up. There's no way Portland is saying, oh yeah, we'll take a 3-time All-Star for a franchise superstar. Like it's just not going to happen. And to me, it's like after you give up to get Lillard, are you going to have a team left over? Like it's going to be a skeleton crew. Like, and by the way, I mentioned earlier, Brian, the Lakers and the Nets are like gobbling up every random free agent at this point. There's like Monte Ellis is working out for the Dallas Mavericks today. Like that's where we're at. Like if you trade for Lillard, you might not even have a team left over anymore. So like to me, I just feel like Lillard is a pipe dream at this point.
Yeah, I think this season it's seeming less and less likely. I mean, it seems like Dame seems annoyed enough that I don't think he's going to finish his contract out with the Blazers. When he asks out is the big question. It seemed like that might have bubbled over at some point this offseason, but maybe their acquisition of Larry Nance Jr. or they just signed Dennis Smith Jr. to a training camp deal. Maybe that's what pushes him over the edge and makes him. I think he wants to give Chauncey Billups a chance. They got Norman Powell at the trade deadline. He wants to see how this new look team works before deciding upon his future. So I think it seems more likely that next offseason is when he decides, no, I'm out. We're not of the caliber that we need to be, and there's nothing we can do to get there. I think the big hope otherwise would have been a Bradley Beal or a Zach LaVine, but the Bulls made such upgrades this offseason that I don't think Zach LaVine is a real candidate to leave Chicago next summer as a free agent. And the Wizards made some big moves as well, getting off of Russell Westbrook, improving their depth, getting Spencer Dinwiddie, Kyle Kuzma, KCP, Montrezl Harrell. Like they are a much better team on paper than they were last year. So I don't even know if Bradley Beal is available. I mean, he hasn't been. The Wizards have been batting away all potential suitors for a while now, even when it seemed hopeless. Like it seemed like he was going to leave. Now it seems more likely that he stays in Washington beyond next season. So yeah, I mean, if you're Morey and you're saying, I want to turn Ben Simmons into a superstar, if it's not Dame, that player might not exist. So you might have to bite the bullet and realize, okay, we're going to be giving up the best player in this trade, but can we get pieces in, even if we look like quote unquote the losers of the trade? Can we get pieces in that either A, we can turn around and flip for a Damian Lillard if he does become available at some point? And in the meantime, can we just find guys that fit better with Joel Embiid, who finished second in MVP, is in the prime of his career? Like we just need to build around this guy, even if it comes at a minor loss in this Simmons trade.
Brian Toporek joining us here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Of course, he's the co-host of the NBA podcast. Follow him on Twitter at @BToporek. Brian, my other question about this whole situation that I'm curious about, before we get to the Embiid tweet storm, because that was a whole nother interesting side conversation at this point. We keep hearing the Timberwolves again and again and again. I feel like any report that is of anybody of legitimacy has mentioned the T-Wolves. But there's no way that's going to be a 1-for-1 deal, because the T-Wolves can't offer you what you really want. At the end of the day, the T-Wolves, for some reason, think that they can get Ben Simmons and pair him with Karl-Anthony Towns and Anthony Edwards and D'Angelo Russell, which I feel like they've been playing too much NBA 2K, but whatever. So my question to you is there going to come a point where the Sixers or the T-Wolves just start recruiting other teams to make a crazy trade? Because at the end of the day, to me, that's the only way a trade like that gets done.
Oh, I'm sure they've already been calling around. I mean, I think if there was a two-team framework that made sense, not just with the T-Wolves, but the Sixers and any team, that trade would be done already. I don't think that trade exists. I think the closest thing that's out there is the, Ben Simmons for CJ McCollum, which has been thrown around time and again. But as we just discussed, the Sixers want Damian Lillard. They're not going to try to make, give up Ben Simmons, who they would use to get Damian Lillard and possibly make the Blazers better. So I don't think that deal is out there. As you said, if the Timberwolves aren't willing to give up any of the top 3 guys, I mean, hell, even if they aren't even willing to give up Towns or Edwards, and they would for Russell, I don't think Russell plus Malik Beasley plus Jaden McDaniels plus picks, whatever the case is, I don't think that's going to do it for the Sixers either. So yes, they need to recruit a third team where you can send some of that Timberwolves package, to a team that's either rebuilding or, further away from potentially contending for a title. Send that stuff to them. Send, the win now player back to Philly, and then send Simmons to Minnesota. So I think most likely, if or when this trade goes down, it's going to be a 3 or 4 team trade.
Brian, I want to get to the Embiid thing, because I think Embiid, in his Twitter storm, he actually brought up a point that I think that all of us who work in the media can appreciate. There is a level of people who are really not reporters putting out information, or fraudulent reports, who are putting out information to try to get clicks. They're putting out opinions, not really reports. And Embiid brings up a good point. There's a point in time where you just can't believe everything you read. And I think it's important to remind people that just because something's on the internet doesn't mean it's actually a report. Right. And at some point, unless it's somebody credible reporting something, we can't just take everything out there and just run with it.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have to consider the source. So, of the top newsbreakers, and Adrian Wojnarowski or Shams Charania, Mark Stein, all of those people have spent years building up their credibility. So you more often than not can believe them, because they are plugged into the league and they have plenty of sources. I throw Chris Haynes in that mix as well. Yep. But yeah, then there are just random people on Twitter that show up and, put source : and then come up with some report, and they go viral. And then sometimes, as we saw with the Maxey thing earlier this week, you have to recant your entire report the next day. I think just vetting sources is difficult. You have to remember that, if someone is leaking information to you, there's a reason they're doing it. All of these sources have an agenda. Most of the time, this is stuff just coming from agents, as we've seen now, in the past year or two, especially. All the main newsbreakers, when they're breaking these free agent reports, are now just citing the agents instead of saying according to sources. Most of it's coming from the agents, but the agents have a reason to leak this information, or the team has a reason to leak this information. Other teams, rival teams trying to bid for Ben Simmons, have reason to leak damaging information about the Sixers and about this situation to kind of try to force the Sixers' hands here. So I would just advise everyone, as you're, reading all this stuff about, Ben Simmons, there's no coming back from this. He's mad at Doc Rivers. He's mad at Joel Embiid. The relationship is fractured. You just have to consider who is the one reporting it.
And of course, the other thing that Embiid tweeted was the end of the tweet storm, which I got to ask you about. Should we read into when Embiid says, quote, "I love the criticism. I love when I'm told I can't do something. It makes you work hard to prove everyone wrong, but not everyone is built like that," unquote. It's almost like Embiid goes through this whole thing and they just drops that at the end of the whole thing. Like, oh, and we're not supposed to read into that?
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's fair to read into it, because from what, I think multiple reports at this point have said, Ben was really offended by Doc's comments after Game 7, where someone asked him, do you think Ben Simmons can be a championship level player or point guard? And Doc said, I'm not sure. It wasn't championship level player. It was specifically point guard. Like, maybe that's just a critique of Ben Simmons, specific skill set, strengths and limitations. And can that translate as a point guard, or do you need another ball handler? Which I think is a fair question at this point, because we've seen this time and again, over the last couple of years, and we keep running our heads into the wall, seeing the exact same thing unfold. So I think Doc, I said this on Twitter the other day, I was at a lot of the Sixers press conferences this year, and Doc was overly defensive of Ben throughout the year. I mean, just effusively praising him. Anytime someone brought up the lack of shooting, Doc would say, you're missing the point. Focus on everything else that he brings to the table. And to some extent, he's right, because Ben defensively and what he brings as a playmaker, the Sixers are going to miss that when they make this trade. And they're going to have to find ways to replace that when they make this trade. I think Matisse Thybulle, to some extent, can help replace the defensive impact of Ben Simmons. But, anytime I see a fake Ben Simmons trade that doesn't involve a playmaker, I'm like, great. Who's going to be the point guard for this team? Because they don't have one without him, even if you don't consider him a championship level point guard. So, I think it is fair to read into that Embiid tweet. And Danny Green has alluded to it as well. Different guys respond to criticism in different ways and coaching in different ways. And this is something that Doc and the front office really have to figure out. Like, it's the sign of a good coach that you don't just, it's one size fits all coaching. I'm just going to coach all my guys the same way. You got to figure out what works and doesn't work for your guys, how they respond to criticism, how they respond to feedback, and adjust your style accordingly.
He's Brian Toporek. Give a follow on Twitter at @BToporek. Make sure you subscribe and download the latest edition of the NBA podcast. Forbes Sports NBA contributor. Always good to talk with him about, like you said, one of these days we will talk about happier things with the Sixers. But for now, it's a dumpster fire. It's in the middle of our house. So
let's hope. What? Yeah. Well, I'm. Please have me on after the parade in a couple of years. That's all I ask.
All right, Brian. Take care.
All right, you too, Josh.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. This hour of the Sports Bash was brought to you by PropSwap, America's sports betting marketplace. Sell your sports bet, take your profit. Find out how at PropSwap.com or by downloading the PropSwap app. Today, still to come, we'll talk more NFL with Rob Motti from the Associated Press. And, of course, with all your messages on the other side. Of course, you can message the show as you always can every day through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. It's free thanks to First Bank of Seattle City.
Saturday on Compass Media Network's coverage of NCAA football. It's a top 20 showdown in the Big Ten as the 12th-ranked Wisconsin Badgers host the number 19 Penn State Nittany Lions. Hi, it's Greg Daniels. Join Tiki Barber and me for all the action as these two Big Ten elites square off in an early season matchup. It's Wisconsin and Penn State. If it's college football, it's right here.
Coverage begins at noon on 97.3 ESPN.
What's up, everybody? It's Mike Gill again for my guys over at PropSwap.com and the PropSwap app. Have you checked out the new PropSwap.com? It is live. Check it out right now, where prop swappers all across the country are buying and selling sports bets. Luke Burgandy's with me here, and we've got the NFL season ready to go. But too many people, Luke, are not too high on the Eagles. Over-under win total, 6.5, 7, depending on where you get it from.
I don't know where all of this criticism is coming from. Obviously, last year's performance was not the one that they wanted to have, but it's a relatively different roster. Offensive line has improved. Everyone's back. Completely different quarterback, of course. Am I saying the team's going to win the Super Bowl this year and go 12-5? I'm not saying that. But I think 10-7 is totally in the realm of possibility. And I think 100-1, which is what they are at Borgata right now, to win the Super Bowl, is nuts. This team should be 40-1, 50-1, same spot as the Bears. As we always tell people that use PropSwap, make 2 tickets. Whoever the best number is on the Eagles, I'd use a website called oddsboom.com. It shows you all the odds. Find the best casino in Jersey. Bet 2 separate tickets at 100-1 on the Birds to win the Super Bowl. And then as they progress throughout the season, flip one on PropSwap for 5 times what you paid for it. And now you're free rolling that other ticket.
Yeah, and if you can take a look at strength of schedule and buy your ticket and buy, as you mentioned, 2 of those tickets and then kind of play them off each other.
Totally. Buying multiple tickets just gives you options as the season unfolds. And this team's offensive line is one of the best in the NFL. New quarterback. No one really has film on Jalen. No one knows what makes him, what his weaknesses are, what his strengths are. That's an advantage. So it makes it a lot more difficult to game plan for the Birds.
The new PropSwap.com is live. Download the free mobile app right now. It's America's marketplace to buy and sell sports bets. PropSwap.com. Thank you, Luke.
Thank you, Mike.
Josh Hennig back here on the Sports Bash, final hour of the show here on 97.3 ESPN FM. Don't forget the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. It's free thanks to First Bank of Sea Isle City. Still to come on the show, we'll talk with Rob Motti from the Associated Press, NFL writer, reporter, about the latest around the NFL as the Eagles made some roster moves today as the fluid 53 continues. Also, a little bit later this hour, I'll give you some of my football picks for the college football tonight's games, couple games tonight that I'm keeping an eye on. Of course, we are 3-0 on the year, so as always, I track my picks each and every year. I'll keep you updated on the picks throughout the season, but I got some picks for you for tonight's game. I brought to you my friends over at FanDuel Sportsbook. Of course, you can chime into the show wherever you're listening to the show, on your radio in the car, whether you're watching online, whether you're listening on the computer, on your phone with the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. We always like to hear from you guys throughout the show. You can always chime in throughout the show. Shout out to Jeff Bone and Pookie before I get to any specific topics. Adam Capel and I hit on this a little bit earlier. Jeff says, I was kind of worried about y'all Jersey folks. I heard the weather out there is crazy. Be safe, y'all. Yeah, man, listen, it's I knew it was going to be serious just because I've seen enough radars in my lifetime that I know that the weather could be serious, and very, very blessed and fortunate that this area of the state that I'm currently in did not get impacted like Philadelphia or North Jersey or New York. Parts of Philadelphia were still underwater this morning. We talked with Adam about parts of the Schuylkill Expressway and the Vine Street and different parts of Philadelphia were literally underwater because of the river overflowing. So parts of Philadelphia were underwater. Major damage in North Jersey. New York City is under a state of emergency because of the flood damage they've experienced from the storm. So we were very fortunate down here in our part of South Jersey, Cape and Atlantic counties, that it was just some high winds, some minor debris damage, nothing heavily serious down here. So thoughts and prayers go to everyone impacted by the storms, not just in the Northeast, but all across the country, because this Hurricane Ida started in New Orleans, went through Louisiana, worked its way up all the states. And even though we didn't get the brunt of the storm like the Gulf of Mexico did, the north and the east still got some damage. So hope everyone's okay out there. Thoughts and prayers out to everybody. Like I said, I told Adam Kaplan earlier, when I woke up this morning, I saw the video of parts of Philadelphia's main thoroughfares, parts of the city that are main ports in terms of traffic. It was jarring. It was wild and odd to see the parts of the city that you're so used to seeing heavy traffic just flying up and down the roads. Nobody's on the road and it's underwater. So, again, hopefully everyone's okay. Hopefully everyone comes out of this okay. I know that the Rutgers Temple game tomorrow, it was postponed to, it's supposed to be today, actually. It's postponed to Saturday because the state, northern part of New Jersey, said that they couldn't reconcile allocating the resources for a college football game that need to be used for other things. So the Temple Rutgers game will be on Saturday now. So just a little update on that front. Thanks to Jeff for reaching out to check on all of us. Josh Hennig here on the Sports Bash, filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Of course, we love to hear from you guys no matter what the situation is, but a special thanks to Jeff for checking in on us. Jeff doesn't live in the Northeast, but he's a diehard Eagles fan and he loves sports, so we always appreciate him checking into the show. With the more messages throughout the hour here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. I did want to update everybody a couple things. If you weren't tuned in the show earlier, the Phillies were down 6-0. And they came back to win 7-6. They have now won 6 straight games, and they have 7 straight games scoring 7 or more runs. The first time they've done that since 1933. And I feel pretty comfortable saying, I don't know if anybody listening to me right now was around and saw or heard the game in 1933 when they had that 7-game streak of 7 or more runs. But it's wild. I mean, I gave up on the Phillies earlier in the day. I thought when two things happened, I was done. The first thing was when Freddie Galvis misplayed that ball. He's your best fielder, and it was just a bad look. Horrible look. And the second thing was when they were down 6-0, I was like, does offense just give up? They forget how to play? And they crawl back, and now they're a game and a half behind the Braves in the National League East. And you know what? I don't care that they're doing this winning against the AAA Nats and the woeful Arizona Diamondbacks. You're supposed to win these games. If you're going to be a playoff team, you are supposed to win these types of games. And you know what? Good on the Phillies for actually winning the games they're supposed to. Good on the Phils. A couple more things I want to get to, just keep you updated, all of you guys on the latest news and updates. So the Eagles make a couple of transactions today. The Eagles have placed Jack Driscoll, Tyree Jackson, and Josiah Scott on the reserve injured list. And for those who don't know, the way that works is those players will miss about 3 weeks. So no Jack Driscoll, no Josiah Scott for the first couple games of the season. A little bit surprising on that front. We knew Tyree Jackson was going to miss time just because of the severity of his injury. So, and then the Eagles went ahead and signed Hassan Ridgeway to the active roster. To keep in mind, though, what they're not telling you is two players who spent time being injured in training camp were not put on the reserve injured list. That being Rodney McLeod, Landon Dickerson, and Davion Taylor. 3 guys who missed significant weeks of practice, significant time during training camp. They didn't get to play. They didn't play at all. And now you're turning around and you're telling me that they're not on the reserve injured list? Or like, are they going to be available in the first couple of weeks? Or is this another debacle of the Alshon Jeffrey mismanagement last year, how that was handled? Like, I don't know, man. It's a strange day in Philadelphia, who they put on the reserve injured list and who they didn't. And then also they made a claim today. The Eagles, I got to scroll up. They've claimed Andre Chacher off of waivers from the Colts. Now, the reason why this is significant is because this guy was a guy who could play all the defensive back positions for the Colts when Jonathan Gannon was there. And I'm just going to pull up what someone who covers the Colts said about this move. I'm just going to try to find the exact quote because I thought it was interesting, and I saw it in passing, and I probably should have isolated it before it disappeared. But when the Colts dropped this guy, it was a little surprising for some people. I actually can't find it right now. I'm so sorry. But basically, someone who covers the Colts was basically saying that this guy, Andre Chadre, is a really good player, and he can play all the defensive back positions. So I don't think it's a coincidence that this guy, was picked up by the Eagles because of Jonathan Gannon's background with him. Here it is. Stephen Holder, who covers the Colts for The Athletic, he says, let me tell you a secret. I expect Andre Chadre to make the Eagles' final roster. He can play practically every spot in the secondary. So, listen, this is the guy who made the Colts roster. The Colts decided to move on from him, and he's a guy that played on Jonathan Gannon. So it makes a lot of sense why they picked him up, and probably the reason why they are not have been hasty to add anybody else to the roster, because maybe they had an idea that Andre is going to be cut by the Colts. So a little Eagles news and updates for you on that front. Of course, the Eagles also picked up tight end Nick Eubanks from Michigan, the Michigan tight end, for their practice squad today as well. By the way, this is a San Diego State defensive back, Andre Chadre. He was played San Jose State, for 4 years. Solid player, nothing legendary. Seven interceptions in 3 seasons. He's a solid all-around player. I'm going to assume right now that the Eagles call up a couple guys from the practice squad for game day, and we'll see some of those guys get some action. So, a lot of different things to work through, to decipher, a lot of different things to check out on all these things with the Eagles. And like I say, it's the fluid 53. We're not going to know the full 53-man roster until it's all said and done. So those are some updates on the Eagles front as well. We still have messages coming in throughout the show. Everyone's reacting to the Ben Simmons stuff. Earlier today, The Athletic came out with a report. For those who didn't see it, I tweeted it out at Josh Hennig on Twitter. But just to reiterate again, some of the things that were said in this article was that apparently there was never traction with the Warriors on the Ben Simmons front. That apparently Morey was the one who called the Warriors about a potential trade, and the Warriors never even bargained with him. They only declined and hung up the phone, and that neither side has circled back. The article from The Athletic goes on to say a little bit later that Morey could still call and initiate discussions, but the ball doesn't get rolling if there isn't an obvious bargain for the Warriors, and that Morey has full autonomy in Philadelphia. He won't be one to make a panic deal, even if it means dragging it into camp or into the season, make a proper value deal. And then the article goes on to say that, he's not interested in Andrew Wiggins in a first-round pick, that he needs more than that in return for Ben Simmons. That's some of what is in the Athletic article. And as I was saying earlier, we're going to get more and more information as it comes out, because obviously everyone involved wants Ben Simmons traded, right? Ben Simmons wants out. The Sixers don't want to hang on to him forever, because to start the season without him and not have a replacement on the roster, game one is going to complicate things. You're losing a huge part of your team. I understand that for a lot of you out there, you're shaking your fist while you listen to me saying, Ben doesn't shoot, Ben can't score, Ben can't make free throws. I get all that. But I'm telling you guys right now, Ben is still an important part of this team defensively. He's an important part of this team as a ball handler. He's an important part of this team overall. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that Ben Simmons doesn't do those other things, because as far as the Sixers are concerned, in order to replace him, they have to fill the void of what they lose without him. He is still a 3-time All-Star. Teams want him. It's just a matter of working through all the bases of it. A couple messages coming into the show. I'll get to you guys in just a moment. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Sports Bash being brought to you by Clark's Moving and Storage in South Jersey. For your next local or long-distance move, Clark's Moving and Storage is your first call. They are dependable and always show up. Visit them online at clarksmoving.net. Couple messages coming in about Ben Simmons and the Sixers. Don't forget, you can also get in touch with the show through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Download it for free and DM the show directly. Thanks to First Bank of Sea Isle City. Tom from the Phillies sends us a message over here in the 97.3 ESPN. Tom says, Josh, awesome input on Ben's agent and how we treat Ben through this could affect future dealings with the Sixers. It definitely is something I would have never thought of. Just made the big picture even bigger for me. As from Tom and the Villas. Yeah, man, this situation with Ben's agent and how you handle this, I think we're all have to say it's very, very fortunate that the two main people in the front office are Daryl Morey and Elton Brand, because I think it's fair to say that this was Brian Colangelo. This would have been a colossal failure. And we don't know what Hinkie would have done, because honestly, Hinkie never got to run a basketball team that actually had a chance to win anything. So I don't know what Hinkie would have done. I think Colangelo was just a failure at life when it came to being a GM. So anybody would have picked who he did a couple times. I mean, everything Colangelo got right when he was here, anybody could have gotten those things right. I can't give the guy credit for that. So I think that Tom in the Villas brings up a good point. there's a bigger picture here. And part of the bigger picture is trying to work through all of this and make sure that the Sixers walk away with the best deal, not just for them, but that doesn't hurt their relationship with Ben Simmons and his agent. Because at the end of the day, you know, the 76ers, there's a lot of things that could go wrong with all this. There's a lot of things that could go absolutely positively sideways with these negotiations when it comes to this organization's future. I don't think it's a coincidence that this situation is dragging out. Nor do I think it's a coincidence that the reports have come out that they have this week, because this team knows what they have to do. And Ben Simmons and his camp have refuted nothing along the way. There has not been a single report that has come out about anything that Ben or his people have refuted. That in and of itself tells me that this organization is well prepared to move on from him, and Ben and his people are prepared for the divorce as well. It's just a matter of making sure that all the T's are crossed, all the I's are dotted, and that everyone gets what's best for everyone involved. And, you know, Tom from the Villas mentioned earlier, that's why he followed up and said, look, I want Ben to be traded as far away from where he wants as possible. But if you're trying to make the best deal for the Sixers and for the player, you are going to have to make concessions. And there's two concessions that are going to have to be made before a deal is made. The first concession is Daryl Morey is not going to get maximum value for Ben Simmons. He is not. He's going to have to accept that. Number two, Ben Simmons is going to accept that he may not go to his ideal destination, but he can go somewhere that he can be happy playing in. It's a well-known fact that him and Karl Anthony Towns are friends. And Karl Anthony Towns already has his best friend, D'Angelo Russell, in Minnesota. I would not be surprised if Ben Simmons ends up in Minnesota. I also wouldn't be surprised if he ends up with the Warriors or the Kings, because even though the Warriors said no to the first go-around of trade talks, it doesn't mean that the Warriors would not like to get rid of Andrew Wiggins. Andrew Wiggins, he just doesn't fit what they want. The Warriors want to play defense. They want to run up and down the court. They want to be a team that gets points off of their outside shooting and their fast break offense off of defensive possessions. Ben Simmons fits that perfectly because he's a willing passer. He doesn't need to score the ball. He can play defense. He fits right in with what they want to do. So can the Sixers get a deal done with the Warriors that involves another team to get the Sixers exactly what they want out of the deal and get the Warriors a deal that they don't feel they have to compromise too much on? I don't know exactly how that gets done. You know, there's a way that you can get the Kings and the Warriors and Sixers to make a deal, but I think it's going to be a deal that gets Ben somewhere, one, that he can be okay with, and two, a situation that works for everybody. Keep an eye on this, and we'll keep you updated right here on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Download for free from the Apple Play Store or Google Play, thanks to First Bank of Seattle City. Coming up, we'll get back into the NFL, the latest Eagles NFL news. Rob Motti from the Associated Press joins us next here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN.
The Touchdown Radio Network season begins with a Thursday night Big Ten battle as the fourth-ranked Ohio State Buckeyes visit the Minnesota Golden Gophers. Head coach P.J. Fleck enters season number 5 with the Gophers as they look to rebound from a disappointing 3-4 record last year. Even with a new quarterback, the Ohio State Buckeyes are again eyeing a Big Ten championship and a college football playoff berth. The Ohio State Buckeyes and Minnesota Golden Gophers, 8 p.m. Eastern this Thursday.
On 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's football station. You can watch the Sports Bash live now on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Search 97.3 ESPN or visit our website, 973ESPN.com.
Josh Hennig back here on the Sports Bash, filling in for Mike Gill on a Thursday edition here on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Joining us right now, he does each Tuesday and Thursday. He is Associated Press NFL writer and reporter, also the host of Faith on the Field, which you can catch this Saturday at 8 a.m. and the encore at 6:30 a.m. right here on 97.3 ESPN. He is Rob Motti, and Rob's appearance here on the Sports Bash being brought to you by Resort Casino Hotel in Atlantic City. And Rob joins us right now virtually on the live stream. Rob, how you doing today?
What's up, Josh? Happy Thursday, man.
Happy Thursday, and the NFL just doesn't sleep, does it?
No, not at all. There's constant things going on in the NFL. Pretty cool that they announced today. I guess they announced it today. They told me a couple days ago, and we put it out about the Inspire Change program. That's going to continue with the stenciling on the field, the helmet decals, and everything else that those guys are doing. It's a pretty cool venture that they're continuing this year. But man, cuts, roster cuts, and the shuffling now, right? You talked about this with me on Tuesday. It wasn't the final 53-man roster. It was the first 53-man roster.
Right.
So we're seeing tweaks and constant stuff happening there and practice squads and all that. So it's going to be, hey, man, we're 7 days away from kickoff. I'm fired up right about now. This time next Thursday, I'll be at Tampa, Dallas, getting ready for the NFL kickoff special. So that's real exciting news.
That is definitely exciting. 7 days for that, 10 days for the Eagles to start their season. I want to start with the guy who spoke to the media yesterday. We hadn't heard from him for a while, Zach Ertz. We finally got to hear from Zach Ertz himself. And Rob, I feel like that was very refreshing to hear from Zach because, when you hear from an athlete who is that thoughtful and that, willing to be open and honest about things, I think it really tells you that this is a guy who he really generally means it, that he didn't want to burn down the city, as he called it, that he really cares about Philadelphia, that he wants to retire as an Eagle. Like it was genuine what was coming out of his mouth.
Absolutely, Josh. And there are so many different ways that Zach Ertz could have forced his way out of Philadelphia. He could have talked truly how he felt about what the organization said, did, and anything else. There's so much that he kept to himself, and that just speaks to who he is as a person. That speaks to his character. He did not want to throw anyone under the bus. He was not going to publicly bash Howie Roseman or anyone in that organization. And the same goes for a guy like Carson Wentz. Even though he left Philly and he didn't want to be here at the end, there was a lot that went into that, and he never said a bad word publicly or privately about the Eagles. And Zach and Carson are both of that. They're just the same kind of character guy. And I didn't expect Zach Ertz to say anything else than what he did yesterday. And I thought that was very, as you said, refreshing, that he's honest. He's very thoughtful. He really thinks about what he's going to say. He has an appreciation for the media and the job that we have. And he has a deep appreciation for the city of Philadelphia and the fan base. And it wasn't all peaches and cream with Zach Ertz. You remember the Cincinnati Bengals game several years, it might have been That may have been Carson's first season.
I think that was 2016.
2016, Carson's first year, where there was the block along the sidelines and he whiffed on the block or didn't give it, and he was absolutely blasted in the fan base and in the media, and he worked his butt off to become one of the best tight ends in the NFL, and he always wanted to retire as a Philadelphia Eagle, and then things didn't transpire that way. When there was contract negotiations, I happen to know that at that time, when they opened up contract discussions, the guaranteed money wasn't where his agency thought it should be for a guy of his stature, and things went south from there. But here we are now. It's September. Zach Ertz is on the roster. You know what, Josh? It doesn't mean he's going to be here the whole season. Things can change. We know that in the NFL. Things can transpire, but I think this is a better football team with Zach Ertz on it than they would be without Zach Ertz.
Absolutely. And I was saying yesterday, Rob, to me, even if you get like 80 to 90% of what Ertz was a couple of years ago, when he was just like this superstar tight end level that he was from 2017 and 2018 and even 2019, 80 to 90% of that is still way better than what you would have had otherwise.
Oh, absolutely. And I don't think Zach Ertz is going to be the guy he was last year. And I don't think he's on the downside of his career. He's 30 years old. We have seen tight ends in the NFL. Look at Gronk coming back out of retirement. Guys like Tony Gonzalez, Jason Witten, Antonio Gates playing into their mid to late 30s. Doesn't mean that Zach Ertz is going to be the 116 catch guy he was in 2018. But I think Zach Ertz has a lot of football left, and I think he could string together several more good seasons. He keeps himself physically in excellent shape. Mentally, he's in the right frame of mind. As he said yesterday, he's having fun again playing football, showing up, and that means a lot. That means it's a tremendous amount that means. And I think he's got a lot to prove still, which is great that you have someone that successful who set an NFL record for most catches by a tight end, who was instrumental in the Eagles winning a Super Bowl, and still feels he's got so much more to prove. Because I know he's chasing that gold jacket, and he's going to have to put together 3, 4, 5 more 80 to 90 to 100 catch seasons if he wants to be a future Hall of Famer. And I know that that's something that he has his eyes set on.
Rob, you just mentioned the fact that Ertz said he's having fun, he's enjoying himself and all that. How much of that do you think is a credit to the head coach, Nick Sirianni, the new offense coordinator, Shane Steichen, the quarterback who everybody loves, Jalen Hurts? How much do you think Ertz being happy is also a credit to those people as well?
I think it definitely speaks to what Nick Sirianni's culture has been as he's tried to institute it in Philadelphia since his arrival. And not just Nick, as you said, Shane Steichen and Jalen, the rest of the coaching staff, a young coaching staff full of energy, young guys who are able to communicate well with players, who are able to explain to them exactly what they want them to do. And I think that just translates up and down a roster. When you're having fun coming to work, it's different than it's not to say that Doug Peterson and that coaching staff were not fun, because the Eagles, let's not forget, they win a Super Bowl and then they go to the playoffs the next 2 seasons. Last year was the only time if the bottom fell out under Doug Peterson, but last year was a miserable year. It was miserable all around for everyone in that organization. So I think there was nowhere to go but up for this team. However, had they brought in the wrong guy, had they brought in, let's just say, for example, if Joe Judge or someone like him was the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles as opposed to Nick Sirianni right now, I don't know that Zach Ertz would be saying I'm having fun again, showing up to the facility and playing football. So I think Nick Sirianni's got a lot to do with it.
Well, speaking of culture, a guy who you mentioned, Joe Judge, but I'm thinking about another coach who might have a culture problem. You guys reported about it over at Associated Press. The NFLPA investigating Urban Meyer for his comments about the vaccine status. You know, the Jags tried to backtrack those comments. But, Rob, this Urban Meyer, I mean, I understand he's one of the greatest college coaches of all time. I'm a big college football fan myself. I get it. But this dude doesn't seem to get anything right. Like, the entire last several months, he has hired weird people. He's had to make excuses for things. He's had to explain himself in the strangest ways. I mean, it almost feels like this Jag situation with Urban Meyer is just 2 steps away from falling off the cliff.
In this particular instance, Josh, Urban Meyer is guilty of being too truthful, because I can't believe that the Jaguars and Urban Meyer are the only team in the NFL that base some of their roster decisions and roster cuts on vaccination status. Just simply look at it. When you have a guy who's unvaccinated and what he has to do to go through protocol, the possibility that at any given time he's going to have to sit out. If you have 2 guys of what you think are equal or on the same level for the 50th spot, the 51st, the 52nd, the 53rd, I'm not talking about a starter. I'm not talking about the number 1 quarterback. I'm talking about the far end of your roster. I don't think Urban Meyer is the only guy who was thinking that way and making decisions based on that. But I think he's the only one who was foolish enough to admit it. And this is where I think we're a little hypocritical as a fan base and in the media. We want people to be honest with us, then we criticize them for their honesty. Now, I thought that was refreshing that he was blatantly honest. When I asked Howie Roseman that question, his eyes, like he raised his eyebrows, but I knew Howie's too smart to go down that road. He may have also factored that in, but he wasn't going to say it. He's been around too long. And Urban's got to learn that this isn't college football. This is a different media. You cannot. And the funny thing is, when he made that statement on Tuesday, he said it 2 times, and then like he kind of turned. He's like, "Oh, can I say that?" Because he knew. He's like, "Uh-oh, I'm going to get in trouble here." So I don't think he's the only one, but he certainly was the only one foolish enough to say it out loud. And then earlier, I guess it was during OTAs, or sometime earlier this summer, the Bills GM had alluded to that, and then the NFL was like, "Ain't no way you guys can make decisions based. We can't say that." So he knew enough to backtrack. Urban Meyer will learn his lesson. He'll learn, and he'll figure this out. You just can't be too honest in certain situations, and that's too bad. That's unfortunate.
How much of this vaccination tug and war that's been going on between the players, through the media, through Twitter? I know Carson Wentz spoke a little bit about it to media today. How much of this is some unintended consequences? The fact that, the NFL and the NFLPA just really didn't have a full grasp of what they were actually getting into when they agreed to these protocols months ago.
I think what's a major issue out there, and I am very careful never to criticize anyone for being vaccinated or for being unvaccinated, because as Carson said today, we don't know what's involved in someone's household. There are certain reasons in some individuals who doctors may recommend that they should not be vaccinated, whether it's pregnancy, whether it's breastfeeding, whatever it may be. I don't know all the details. I don't know all the circumstances. And for that reason, me personally, I'll never attack someone. I know that's what Twitter's all about. Everybody wants to attack everybody. People calling Carson selfish and a bad teammate already in Indianapolis, which is just ludicrous. Like here's a selfish guy who just donated $250,000 to everything that's going on in Haiti, among everything else that he does. It's just idiotic and insane and ludicrous. That said, the NFL has done a tremendous job, I think, Josh, along with the NFLPA. Usually the NFL and the NFLPA, they don't get along too well. But I started to see last year, and then at the Super Bowl, when D. Smith, the NFLPA president, and Roger Goodell sat together at the end of Rogers' news conference leading into D. Smith's news conference, and they sat together for the first time in I don't know however many years, because what they did to pull off last year took a tremendous collaborative effort. And I think they've been in sync, collaborating on all of these protocols, and they've done a pretty good job. Last week, it was 93%. I would imagine that's gone up a little bit higher. But when you have 93% of all NFL players vaccinated, wow, that's an incredible accomplishment by the NFL, but they basically forced their players to do it by instilling all these protocols. The protocols are like, you can't even eat with your teammates if you're unvaccinated. You got to go through this every single day, the testing. So I think there's certain things they still got to tweak, because the NFLPA and the NFLPA's best interest always has to be the players. And the league has to be the entire league as a whole. So they'll have some back and forth. They'll have some conversations. I certainly did not. I wasn't surprised by the fact that the NFLPA took exception to Urban Meyer saying that, because he couldn't. Like, you're not supposed to cut guys based on vaccination status. So I know they've opened an investigation. I don't know how far that's going to go. He might end up getting fined. It might be a slap on the wrist, or the NFL might want to make an example out of him. And beyond fining him, maybe they go a step further. I don't think it'll go as far as docking the Jaguars a draft pick, but if the NFL wanted to make a big example out of Urban Meyer and the Jags, they could.
I think that's where the real thing to me is, Rob, is it's Urban. It's not really the Jags themselves, and that's my question for you before I let you go. And that is, what do you think Urban Meyer can do in the NFL? Like, what do you think him and that, because that organization was known at one point for being a very stable organization under a guy like Tom Coughlin. And then they had Jack Del Rio. But since then, they've gone through all these coaches and all these quarterbacks. And Urban Meyer himself has a history of hanging around for a few years and then saying, health, I have to go, quit because of my health. So, like, is this Urban Meyer thing, can this actually last? And can this stabilize this organization?
I'll give you one reason why he could have success, and I'm sure you know the answer to it. Trevor Lawrence. If he didn't have Trevor Lawrence, his chances of success in the NFL would not be where they are now. And I think you have a franchise quarterback in Trevor Lawrence. I anticipate that the Jaguars are going to be certainly better than they were last year. It's hard not to be. They were dreadful last season. So I'm excited to see what he can do. I don't know that he will stick around. You're right. He doesn't have a tendency to stick around for 5, 7, 8, 9, 10 years. But can he turn the Jags around in 2? Can this team get to a 6-win status, 7-win status in Trevor Lawrence's rookie season and then be competitive enough? I don't look at the AFC South as a division that whether the Colts or the Titans win that division, Houston's terrible and should be for a while. I think the Jags could be competitive in that division by next year. And that to me would be a little bit of a successful run for Urban Meyer. But as far as his longevity, I'd probably be closer to what you're thinking. And he's not going to be there for a whole heck of a lot of years.
He's Rob Maaddi, Associated Press NFL writer, joins us every Tuesday and Thursday here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Also, Rob is the host of Faith on the Field, which you can hear this weekend, 8 a.m. this Saturday, 6:30 a.m. this Sunday on 97.3 ESPN. Rob, who do you got this weekend?
Nick Hundley, former Major League catcher, caught about 1,000 games with several teams, including the San Diego Padres, and I chatted with him. His dad, Tim Hundley, was a longtime college football coach for a bunch of years with a lot of teams, had a lot of success. So Nick was a catcher. I always liken that to being a middle linebacker. It's a very cool conversation. He after his playing career, which he just retired in 2019, he worked for MLB, and he was part of how do we make Major League Baseball a little bit more attractive to the younger generation. So he worked on that for a little bit and now moved over to working with International Justice Mission, helping fight against human trafficking and slavery. So tremendous respect for what he does now. And it's a really cool conversation.
Yeah, I know a lot of people, they always tune in for the athletes, but I got to say, my favorite part of last week's episode was actually you having your wife, Remy, bring up what she went through before she came to this country about being grateful for what we have versus what we don't have. And I think I always tell people my favorite holiday is Thanksgiving because it's the one holiday we have to be thankful. It's not about what you're giving me or what you're getting from me. So to me, that was actually the best part of the conversation last week.
Josh, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate your support. A lot of people don't know that about my wife, Remy. She moved here from Egypt when she was 15 years old. But as a teenager, early teenager and as a young kid going to church there, it's not to say like you and I can go to church and worship freely. For them, it's scary. And she talked about that last week, how difficult it was. Like sometimes they would be sitting there in church going, hey, could this be the day that we get bombed for being here? So that's a great example of just being grateful and thankful for all the freedoms that we have here in our country. And before I go, I'm down here now in Florida, but my hometown up there in South Jersey was hit hard with tornadoes. Mullica Hill. I lived in Mantua, right down the road from Mullica Hill, where we would listen to 97.3 ESPN, and I just feel for all those people. Tremendous devastation and loss. So prayers go out to everybody over there.
And the wild thing is, it actually could have been worse because Louisiana got it way worse than even we did up here. You know, I mean, parts of Philadelphia today are underwater, but there are parts of Louisiana that are going to be without power for 20 days, they say. So, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, always be thankful for what you have, because you know what? It sounds a little ridiculous, some people, but it always could be worse.
Josh, you're right, man. And you know, we complain about sports. We complain about this and that and the other thing. And Joel Embiid's comments yesterday, I'm sure it was a big topic for you. I spent most of my afternoon watching the Phillies. They come rallying from a 6-0. I was like, how about them Phils coming back from a 6-0? And I'm like, this isn't real life. This isn't like, look what's going on back home in Jersey, in Philly, and as you pointed out, Louisiana. So appreciate all your blessings, man. And that's just a great reminder. Thank you for bringing it up.
Absolutely. Faith on the Field this Saturday at 8 a.m., Sunday at 6:30 right here on 97.3 ESPN. Rob and I will be back on Tuesday when Mike Gill returns here on The Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Rob, great stuff today.
Thank you, man. Have an awesome weekend.
Josh Hennig here filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, and Rob's appearance on the Sports Bash being brought to you by Resorts Casino Hotel in Atlantic City. We'll wrap up the show coming up on the other side. Your thoughts and comments, my picks for the night right here on 97.3 ESPN and 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City.
This Saturday, college football on ESPN Radio is back.
Welcome, everybody, to the college football season.
High-stakes game, two great programs.
I mean, it's a heavyweight matchup right out of the gate.
It's a monster opening weekend showdown as the third-ranked Clemson Tigers face the fifth-ranked Georgia Bulldogs. Number 3 Clemson, number 5 Georgia. Coverage begins Saturday at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio. The nation's top college football action on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's football station. to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Wrapping up the show, Josh Hennig here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. It's free thanks to First Bank of Sea Isle City. We'll get to my picks for the evening in just a moment. Let me remind you about my friends over at FanDuel Sportsbook. Of course, FanDuel Sportsbook is hooking new users up with enhanced 30-1 odds for the first big college football game of the season. That's right. Pick either Georgia or Clemson to win, and you can turn a $5 bet into a $150 payout. New users, sign up and make your first deposit to kick off the college football season on FanDuel Sportsbook. There's no better place to bet college football than FanDuel Sportsbook. With great promotions, fast payouts, and their app is easy to use. So download the FanDuel Sportsbook app, sign up using promo code Hennig to get enhanced 31 odds on Georgia versus Clemson for college football this weekend. That's promo code Hennig on FanDuel Sportsbook. Must be 21 or older, play and present in New Jersey. New users only. Must wager in designated offer market. $10 first deposit required. $150 max bonus. See full terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, a couple picks for you guys. We're going to take a couple of Doug Kasserian's ideas. He was joining the show earlier. If you miss his conversation, he'll be in the best of the Sports Bash coming up next hour. Or you can check it out on our YouTube channel at 973 ESPN. I really do like the under on that Boise State UCF game. I think there's something to be said for the fact that that game, it's the first game of the season for both teams. So I'm with Doug. I don't love the game, but it's definitely something to consider. But my two favorite moves tonight are one that he gave and one that I did a little research on. So I agree with him. South Florida is a dumpster fire team defensively. They just don't have the personnel. And NC State, they're currently minus 19. They open up as minus 16.5. So it tells you that there's a lot of people who are throwing down with the points. And I'm going to go with the points. This is a game where I can see NC State like winning like 40-7 or, maybe like a 42-10 kind of game. I just don't see a scenario where this is going to be a close game at all. So Devin Leary, he's back. He's healthy for the Wolfpack. I'm going to go the minus 19, minus 19.5 at certain books. Also, East Carolina cover the plus 9.5 versus App State. East Carolina is bringing back their quarterback. App State is not. App State's got some serious turnover on the roster, while East Carolina brings back a lot of starters. I think the 9.5 is just too much. Let's go with that for the picks. Let's get to your messages before we get out of here. I'd love to hear from you guys throughout the show, wherever you're listening to the show. Whether it's, on the app, online, on your radio. Couple messages coming in. Doc Joe from Ocean City says the Warriors won't trade for Simmons if Draymond is on the team. I mean, maybe not. I think there's a possibility that Draymond and Simmons could be an incredible defensive tandem. But, maybe there's a little bit of redundancy when it comes to those two players. Obviously, they have similar skill sets. So, but I still think Ben Simmons gets traded. I still think the most likely team is the Timberwolves. Tom from Margate says, Josh, the frenetic Phillies came back from an 0-6 hole to win 7-6, and now they're 1.5 games behind Atlanta. I'll change the Coors beer from Guinness tonight. Rooting for the Rockies to beat the Braves. That's Tom from Margate. Yeah, Tom, I'm with you. I'm still shocked the Phillies won that game today. I am absolutely, utterly shocked. Rob from Absecon chimes in. We talk about the Eagles and their interesting roster moves today. Says, hey, Josh, maybe the Biden administration is running the Eagles player personnel. Listen, Rob, I'm going to tell you something. There is not a single president in the last 30 years I want running a football team. No offense to anybody's personal beliefs or politics, but I don't want Biden. I don't want Trump. I don't want Bush W, Bush HW, Clinton, President Obama. I don't want any of them near a football team. There's a huge difference between being the president of the United States and running a football team, because there's a lot of people who think they know football and they have no idea how to run a football team. There's a reason why there's only 32 of those jobs. It's one of the hardest things in the world. There's 50 governors in this country, and there's 32 NFL teams. And NFL teams get fired, their coaches, their GMs way more often then governors get voted out of office. Just say. I'm Josh Hennig. This is Sports Bash. Catch you tomorrow.